member of the University of Massachusetts Amherst faculty for 30 years, during which time he taught over 15,000 students, received the Distinguished Teaching Award, the university's highest honor for teaching, and published most of the 17 books that he wrote over the course of his career. Today's event features distinguished colleagues and former students who will address Professor Oates as a biographer, as a public intellectual, and as a professor and colleague. In the classroom, in his books, and as a contributor to documentaries like Ken Burns' Civil War, Professor Oates was dedicated to bringing first-rate historical scholarship to a broad public outside the academy, and he inspired many of his students to pursue careers themselves as teachers, professors, and writers. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce the Chancellor of the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Kumble Subbaswamy, or Swamy as he is known, became the 30th fellow of the American Physical Society and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and has spent almost his entire professional life at public research universities. Over the past 10 years, under his leadership, the university has moved up significantly in national rankings, making UMass Amherst one of the fastest rising top-tier public universities in the research universities in the country. During my quarter century on the faculty of UMass Amherst, there have been 6 chancellors, and Swamy is both the longest serving and most effective of those 6 leaders. It has been my good fortune to be a department chair while he has led the campus. Please join me in welcoming Chancellor Subbaswamy.
Brian, thank you so much for that very kind introduction. And it's been a pleasure to work with you as well, Brian. So good morning, and thanks everyone for joining us as we celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Stephen B. Oates, eminent Professor Emeritus of History, public intellectual, and prolific award-winning biographer. On behalf of the entire campus community, I offer an especially warm welcome to our prominent guests. Thank you all for being here, as well as for contributing to today's events. In March 1997, Dr. Oates was interviewed on C-SPAN about his then recently published book, The Approaching Fury, Voices of the Storm, 1820 through 1861. When asked about its unique approach to examining the period of history, he said, quote, "I'm trying to tell the story of the Civil War, the coming of the war, and the war itself from the shifting perspectives of 18 to 20 different characters. And I was inspired to do this by the fiction of William Faulkner, who told us that the best storytelling is the storytelling that eschews the omniscient narrator and that lets you see the world through the eyes of specific characters." Dr. Oates continued, "The way we perceive things causes us to behave the way we do. It causes us to act the way we act and causes us to think the way and say things the way we do. It's common sense, but in most history books, this is left out. You get one point of view, and it's the author's, and we forget the points of view of the people involved," end quote. What Dr. Oates modestly referred to as common sense is his profound respect for varying perspectives and voices, and an understanding that through this inclusiveness, we can more deeply appreciate the complexity of the human condition, and thereby more fully explore the past. While this understanding shaped his research and writing, we only need to look at the spectrum of perspectives represented today and on today's panels to know Dr. Oates also lived these values. We're here today because Stephen Oates, as your friend, teacher, colleague, or favorite historian, lived his life committed to valuing every voice and all our stories. In closing, I'm very pleased to share that the family of Stephen Oates has made a commitment to place his personal and professional papers at the UMass libraries in the Robert S. Cox Special Collections and University Archives Research Center. We're truly honored and excited about this commitment to ensure that Dr. Oates' legacy will be preserved at UMass and made accessible to new generations of students and scholars. Dr. Oates' papers will join many of the other esteemed collections that we have in this research center, including W.B. Du Bois, Horace Mann Bond, and Daniel Ellsberg. We thank the Oates family for their trust and partnership. And once again, thank you everyone for joining us as we celebrate the distinguished life and legacy of Stephen Oates. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chancellor Subbaswamy, for those gracious remarks. I'd now like to invite Greg Oates and Aaron Rubenstein to just say a few remarks about Professor Oates' papers.
Well, to follow, as difficult as it is, Chancellor Swamy's really exciting announcement about the placement of Stephen B. Oates' papers with the special collections at UMass, at the UMass Amherst Libraries. I know I am representing the entire university in saying that this is an incredible opportunity for us. As you'll see over the course of the day, Professor Oates had a profound impact on so many historians and so many lovers of history and so many people who have been affected by learning the history of the events of the many areas that Professor Oates covered. But I think what's particularly vital and important is to be able to preserve that for new generations of students and scholars, and for them to understand not only the impact and the power of Professor Oates' research and the results of his approach to capturing that history, but also to show the life of and the experience of a historian. And that impact, I think, is going to inspire new generations of historians as well. And to be able to participate in that legacy and to preserve that legacy is a true honor, and we could not be more excited today about that possibility. So thank you.
I'll be very brief. We're thrilled that my dad's papers will be going to special collections here at the university. It's the perfect home. It's the only home for the papers, so we're very happy.
Great. Thank you, Greg and Aaron, for those remarks. As the program notes, Harold Holzer will deliver the keynote address starting at 9:30. After a short break, the panel on Professor Oates' Biographer will begin at 10:30. There will be a lunch break at 11:45. The panel on Professor Oates as public intellectual starts at 1, and the panel on Professor Oates as professor and colleague at 2:30. And then after a brief interlude, a memorial for family and friends will begin at 4:15. Between now and 9:30, I'd like to invite you to take a few minutes to refresh your beverage, say hello to any people that you know or would like to meet. Now or at any time during the day, we invite you to take a look at the memorial table, one in the back with Professor Oates' books, one here with some of the awards and accolades that he received. We also invite you to leave your reminiscence of Professor Oates in the guest book downstairs at any point. We'll reconvene at 9:30 sharp, so thank you. Once more, I'm Brian Ogilvie, Chair of the History Department here at UMass Amherst, and it is my pleasure and honor now to introduce Harold Holzer, who will deliver the keynote address. Winner of the 2015 Gilder Lehrman Lincoln Prize, Holzer is one of the country's leading authorities on Abraham Lincoln and the political culture of the Civil War era. A prolific writer and lecturer and frequent guest on television, he served for 6 years as chairman of the Lincoln Bicentennial Foundation. For the previous 10 years, he co-chaired the U.S. Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial Commission, appointed by President Clinton. He currently serves as the Jonathan F. Fanton Director of Hunter College's Roosevelt House Public Policy Institute, and has co-authored, or edited 55 books. There is a fuller biography of Mr. Holzer in the program, so I refer you to that. And it is now my distinct honor to invite him to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you all. And I extend my welcome as well. If you hear in my remarks some echoes of what the Chancellor and Brian have said in opening the conference, I guess that's because Stephen made his points very well over the years, and we've all absorbed them and put them to use. Well, I want to particularly thank Greg and the entire Oates family for giving me the profound honor of delivering the keynote at this conference, this day of reflection, remembrance, and appreciation. At the same time, I'm all too aware of the pressure placed on keynotes and keynoters. I remember watching Bill Clinton deliver the keynote at the Democratic Convention in Atlanta and bombing, droning on so interminably that when he got to the words "in conclusion," the entire hall erupted in applause. And I had a direct, if somewhat minor, hand in editing and listening in advance to Mario Cuomo's convention speech in San Francisco, which was such a triumph that it made him the odds-on favorite to win the presidential nomination in 1992. We all know which of the two won the presidential nomination that year, which may suggest that keynotes don't matter much, and I've taken that to heart as I begin here. I hope this one does, not because of the keynoter, but because I wanted to reflect on a true giant of our historical community who did so much to enhance the art of biography, contributed so much to our understanding of Abraham Lincoln, of particular importance to me, and I fear sometimes left us without fully knowing how much so many of us appreciated his talent, his discernment, and his bravery in many ways. By telling a story, the pure biographer hopes to engage our hearts as well as our minds. As readers, we become active participants in the drama, as though we are with the subject as he lived his life. We identify with him and his relationships, with his ideas and feelings, his anxieties and joys. We are alternately enlightened and moved. We may even cry out of compassion or heartbreak or exaltation. I have not suddenly elevated my prose into poetry, in case you were wondering. Those words were written 36 years ago by Stephen B. Oates for a collection called Biography as High Adventure. And Stephen created quite an adventure in the field of biography, didn't he? Let me continue with the quote, because I can't say it any better. I doubt if anyone else could. Here is more from Stephen on what makes great biographical writing. It gets the reader involved, he said, because the biographer artist does not try to explain everything. That's important to me because I tend to write everything. Stephen was a great self-editor. Does not try to explain everything, instead relying on the power of suggestion to let us reach our own conclusions, make our own discoveries. That takes a lot of confidence, by the way. By story's end, we have come to know the subject so intimately that his death should leave us with a great sense of loss. As this particular biographer artist concluded, we close a book feeling uplifted, for our emotions and our minds have both been edified. Stephen Oates edified our minds and uplifted our spirits, and he did it by deploying biography as art. And we feel our own great sense of loss that his voice has been stilled, indeed may have been stilled before its time in some ways, but not without the production of timeless works. Because, as he pointed out, experienced biographers fearlessly tackle the nature, challenge, and hazards of that field. In Stephen's case, what he so accurately, even presciently called a hazardous process, produced compelling portraits of John Brown, Dr. King, Clara Barton, William Faulkner, and of course, Lincoln. And it's wonderful to see the books arrayed on the display table in the rear of the chapel. For me, With Malice Toward None is the place to start, because its subject, of course, is Lincoln, not only as a biographical game changer, but in its title, an approach to life and work that Lincoln personified and to which I think Stephen aspired as well, though both had plenty of reason to begrudge their critics. Both men succeeded, both men were admired, and both incited occasionally stormy responses. As Lincoln put it the day after his re-election to the presidency in 1864, "It is a little singular that I, who am not a vindictive man, should always have been before the public for election in canvasses marked for their bitterness." Yet Stephen tellingly preferred another quote for the epigraph of "With malice toward none." "I shall do nothing in malice. What I deal with is too vast for malicious dealing." Stephen's Lincoln was complex, paradoxical, and richly human. Lincoln was entitled, he said, to the right to be a human being. In Stephen's masterful telling, Lincoln in fact emerged in what one of Stephen's heroes, Paul Murray Kendall, called the warmth of a life being lived. But getting back to concept, the Oates book also subtly but daringly reconsidered a long-held and since persuasively revived argument dating all the way back to Lincoln's law partner, William Herndon, that Lincoln kind of bobbed his way along the tide of history, making decisions at the last minute, sometimes without much conviction, only when he had to, and never quite ascribing to the idea of the modern presidency or the national state that he all but invented. Lincoln himself contributed to this misperception, in my view, when he wrote in a public letter, "I claim not to have controlled events, but confess plainly that events have controlled me." Those slightly disingenuous words were written specifically to alert slaveholding states that there would be no retreat on emancipation or black military recruitment, in a way that divine authority had been responsible for both. Indeed, for the devastation and duration of the war itself. It was a way for Lincoln literally to sanctify what he was initiating himself. But biographies before and after Oates have been constructed around that questionable premise, ignoring the fact that Lincoln, among other initiatives, called up 75,000 volunteers and allocated money or directed money to pay and supply them without the consent of Congress, ordered a naval blockade, suspended the writ of habeas corpus, those can be discussed, but without congressional approval, issued the Emancipation Proclamation as an executive order as commander-in-chief. And here's an example of proactive executive authority seldom recalled, and I love this story. He signed his name on the congressional resolution sending the 13th Amendment to the Constitution to the states for ratification. Such resolutions do not and did not require presidential signatures, but Lincoln added his anyway. He wanted to be identified with an amendment that he felt he had initiated, at the very least by signaling its inclusion in the Republican platform of 1864. As it turned out, his mere signature was enough to send the Senate back into session, where a senator from Lincoln's own home state, who had defeated him once for the Senate, but that's another story, introduced another resolution actually condemning the president for trying to share the glory of the triumph. I know, can you imagine the U.S. Senate acting in so petty a manner and wasting its time? Lincoln had not let events control him in that instance. Yet when David Herbert Donald produced his one-volume biography of Lincoln in 1995, it started with this epigraph. And I just said it, I'll say it again because it's in the Donald book. "I claim not to have controlled events, but confess plainly that events have controlled me. I guess the Senate didn't get that letter, which is why they introduced that resolution. Here's a side story, and it applies to Professor Oates, and I'll complete the circle after I tell you this. I remember from hearing from David Donald's editor at Simon & Schuster, the legendary Alice Mayhew, who later edited 3 of my books, that Professor Donald actually wanted to call his book Events Have Controlled Me, and had to be talked down by the publisher, not because the publisher disputed his argument, but because they thought it was not a commercial title, until he wisely switched to the non-descriptive and non-judgmental one-word title, Lincoln. Other biographers saw Lincoln, as did Donald in a way, as incurably Whiggish, deferential to the legislative branch, reluctant to define his job as much more than that of chief magistrate, perhaps an accurate way of perceiving the American presidency before the Civil War, when, as historians like Richard Current and Bud Robertson have pointed out, most Americans interacted with the federal government only in the sending and retrieval of mail from the post office, but little else. But not during the Civil War, when Lincoln observed, "We must rise with the occasion," and did precisely that. I would add that the circumstances that altered the presidency in advance, altered the circumstances of what would follow in 1860, crescendoed pre-Lincoln at Harper's Ferry in the wake of John Brown's raid, an event chronicled so compellingly by Stephen in another masterful book that told a dramatic story. When I read it, I said to myself, and I repeat it all these years later, told a story as if the ending had not yet been determined. That's the real measure of artful biography. We all know what happened to John Brown. I mean, if you didn't know, it's on the dust jacket, right? This is the story of a man who was captured and executed in 1859. But read Stephen Oates and you will get caught up in that story as if the ending was unknown to you. And of course, that book and that event positions Lincoln to become the activist president he really was, and which Stephen, yes, subtly, tells us in With Malice Toward None. This reminds me of a story that I didn't write down. Who's the fellow who wrote the John Adams book? I can't believe it. David McCullough, sorry, whom I knew and whose name has now fled from my memory, obviously. How mortifying. I was once with him at an event, and I said to him, I know you don't want a glass of wine before we start our public discussion. And he said, well, as Larry once told me, and I said, Larry? And he said, Olivier, of course. I said, oh, okay. As Larry once told me, if you drink before a performance, it doesn't affect your lines. It only affects the pauses. And he had a glass of wine, and he was great. But what put me in mind of that story is, with Stephen, it's the blanks, the pauses in his biographies. And I'm struck, because I don't possess that talent, by the subtlety and the choices he makes in telling a story. What he omits is almost as telling as what he features and includes. He's, as I say, a brilliant self-editor. And he lets us come to the story. He doesn't push it all at us. What a rare talent. Speaking of Brown again, at the time To Purge This Land with Blood appeared, Eric Foner found it, and I quote, so engrossing that the book reads like a novel, despite the fact that it is so extensively researched and documented. And the New York Review of Books called it the most objective and absorbing biography of John Brown ever written. It still holds that rank. Drama, objectivity, careful research, the tools of the trade. Let's remember that With Malice Toward None was similarly judged the most objective one-volume biography of Lincoln by, wait for it, David Donald, who took a different approach. So if there's a theme I would emphasize today, about which we will undoubtedly hear more in the course of this conference, it's the juxtaposition of artistry and objectivity. Objectively, I reread With Malice Toward None last month. I thank Greg because this opportunity required, I think, my reading it. It holds up beautifully. And I also went back to Abraham Lincoln, the man behind the myth, which is also there, the perfect book to read next. And as Stephen argues there, Lincoln may not have sought an imperial presidency, but, and I quote, he would do whatever he thought imperative to save the country and all it represented. Closed quote, because I will add, what did it represent? Democracy, freedom of choice, ultimately freedom itself, the right to choose your own leaders and live with the consequences of fair elections, the right of everyone to have an equal chance in what Lincoln called the race of life. Lincoln may have deferred to God to explain the war, but he would help God, Stephen writes, by flexing his own executive muscles. Thus, he used presidential powers in presidential ways to preserve the right of self-government and self-improvement, to save, and I use this phrase not lightly because it has been revoltingly appropriated in recent months, to save the American dream. This leads me to one more word on the possibilities and perils of keynoting. Toward the end of Mario Cuomo's life, I got to talk to him about his keynote because we were going to do a book together on his process, his writing process. His health failed before we could get to do that, but I got to ask him at home one day, how do you account for the impact your keynote had? Was it the phrasing? Was it your wonderful voice? Was it the political moment? No, he said, my son Andrew had noticed that during earlier convention speeches, the TV cameras kept cutting away to reaction shots of bored delegates, chatting with their colleagues, mulling around, yawning, stretching, or fast asleep in their seats. So before I began my speech, says Mario, Andrew got the DNC to switch all the lights off while I was on. And with nothing and no one else to focus on, the spotlight and the cameras stayed on me the entire time. And that's why it was successful. I think he underestimated himself, but it is a great story. And Mario insisted that his goal was not to bring people to their feet, but to bring them to their senses. But in the end, he did both. His keynote was interrupted by applause 52 times, a number that he, for some reason, had in his memory for his entire life. In a way, Stephen Oates switched off the superfluous lights as well. He illuminated history with laser-like precision, but also with careful emotionalism and a voice, by the way. He was a biographer. Yes, he was a great performer. He was also a great craftsman. As Professor Joyce Berkman has said, and I saw her quote in the program, and I loved it, so I jotted it down here. Stephen combined brilliant scholarship and riveting literary craft. Now, I trust today's panels will not altogether ignore, because we can't and we shouldn't, the moment when, in my view, then and now, envious researchers armed with impersonal machines came down on Stephen with a kind of microscopic scrutiny I'm not certain any one of us could survive. Suddenly, phrases became more important than ideas, punctuation more impactful than argumentation. As one result, the long-lived and so-called Lincoln fraternity, not the old boys network, it sounds like, but rather a group of historians who nourished each other, staged conferences and symposia, introduced scholars to a receptive general public and to each other, mentoring each other, learning from one another. All of that dissolved in disputation as people chose sides and went their separate ways. And it was a loss. More than a dozen great historians from Dick Curran to Don Fehrenbacher to James McPherson to Mark Neely, left the suddenly unwelcoming Abraham Lincoln Association of Springfield, Illinois, cleaving and taking some of the heart and soul out of the Lincoln field. The good news, if there can be any, since there was a cost to all this to Stephen, was that out of that fragmentation came a group called the Lincoln Forum, about which more in a moment, and other groups, days and days of new collegial events to replace that single winter day that brought people together in Lincoln's hometown. Not to mention a new golden age in Civil War history, in which I wish Stephen had enjoyed more opportunity to participate in person, and in which I wish the Lincoln field had the foresight to insist that he did. But Stephen's final contributions abandoned, as we've heard, pure recorded documentation for a unique and arresting blend of fact and fiction. In the tradition, we've heard of Faulkner, but as he said, of Mark Twain Tonight, or The Belle of Amherst, with a touch of Faulkner, and he said Robert Altman and John Sayles thrown in. That's quite a soup. But also in the tradition of, say, Monet, Stephen made his art increasingly abstract, as if he was seeing things more clearly than ever, and it was up to us to see that as well. And he also admitted to me and to others, and indeed on screen and at the podium, that he'd done some acting in college, and he thought it might be fun to use those chops in both his writing and in his public appearances to give a new kind of reading, to make himself more invisible, as he put it, to try something new, to listen to the people of history and their own point of view. This is Stephen talking, why they reacted and behaved the way they did from intersecting perspectives, but without a false or ahistorical note. By the way, Whirlwind of War, as I recall, has close to 100 pages of notes. This did not come out of an artist's imagination. It came out of an artist's strong reliance on facts and research. In 1997, I can't believe it's a quarter of a century ago, Stephen appeared with all this in his mind and in his heart at one of our first annual Lincoln Forums in Gettysburg, at the invitation of myself and my dear friend and founding chairman, Frank Williams. And there the chief introduced, I don't think you were the chief then, but you were soon to be the chief. The judge introduced Stephen by saying so perceptively of Stephen's initial book of first-person narrative, The Approaching Fury, and I quote Frank on the reaction to the book, quote, Stephen caused all the crows to fly up over the trees, look down, and settle on different branches. That's a really, really interesting way of looking at the impact. I love that quote, because that's what Stephen was. He was kind of a shotgun blast reverberating in a thick forest and making all the birds fly onto different branches, meaning take a look, not for the first time, but really for the first eye-opening time at the history they've lived with so long. Stephen read from Whirlwind of War that night. I recently replayed the tape, which one can still find on the C-SPAN archives online. I recommend it. How lucky we were that the network recorded it and preserved it. And there he was, introducing the reading by saying, I got tired of reading books in the third person, from the point of view of others. I wanted to recreate the viewpoint of the people of history themselves. By the way, he spoke as he wrote, which is another pretty good talent to have. Maybe he came closest to revealing why he adopted this daring new format in his remarks when he thought back on all his efforts, all his research, and all the recent tumult, and said, and again I quote, plus it's on the tape, screw it, I'm going to try something new. I don't know if I can say that in a chapel, but I just did. He wanted freshness and passion, immediacy, what he called the hardest things for historians to impart, but I think there he underestimated his own gifts in traditional biography. Perhaps he wanted no further scrutiny of sentence-by-sentence art than, say, Shakespeare provoked by dramatizing Plutarch's Lives or Holinshed's Chronicles of England. I really enjoyed rewatching that Lincoln Forum reading. Stephen was indeed not only a great historian, not only a skillful biographer, but a very good actor, blessed with a fine tenor voice that I envied, and a kind of like slightly acerbic tone, which I really dug, I must say. He recited that night from the words of Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and John Wilkes Booth to recreate the roiling atmosphere of Lincoln's final days, the alternating spirit of relief and revenge that defined the period between Appomattox and Ford's Theater. I want to be invisible, he said before he started his recitation. I've been using so many voices, I have to go into therapy. He was edgy as usual, provocative, and spellbinding. Did he want to go where no one could dare question his absolute integrity, which he held, in my view, for his entire career, to retreat into the characters he had already brought so vividly to life? I don't know. Maybe others today will explore what either was a bracing expression of new historical writing or a way to circumvent history's most pedantic nitpickers. I will say that Stephen Oates did not make himself invisible that night in Gettysburg or, in my view, ever. In the end, in whatever format he chose, Stephen did make his subjects live in a living world. And even when committed to what he later called the drudgery of painstaking research, he molded it in the language of literature to evoke and dramatize lives through the novelistic techniques, but not through invention itself, recreating what André Maurois called the magnificent poetry of life. Maurois also famously said that a happy relationship is a long conversation that always seems too short. Stephen Oates conducted a long and bracing conversation with history. But though he lived to be 80 years and 5, I will always think the conversation was too short. As a critic once said of one of Stephen's books, the minute you finish it, you will want more. I may be a glutton for illumination, and I suspect many of his admirers are, but he left us wanting more, and all the great writers do. Today we gather to explore the confluence of research, drama, and indeed poetry in service to biography and public history that Stephen Oates worked to achieve, to evoke the past for a living world. So to end where I began, and thank you for not cheering when I all but said in conclusion, like the greatest of keynoters, Stephen brought people to their senses and brought people to their feet. His talent may have rubbed the less blessed the wrong way, but his achievements endure. His writing still rivets us. His ideas still compel discussion. From what I've heard today from some of the guests here, his teaching remains another blessed memory. And it's a great pleasure to begin the process today of extinguishing the superfluous outside light and highlighting the impact of lives well written and one particular life very well lived. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Harold Holzer, for that very stimulating and evocative keynote in memory of Professor Oates and of the fine writer that he was and the engaged historian that he was. We'll now have a break until the first panel, which will start at 10:30. So please refresh your coffee or tea or water. There are still some pastries back there if you have what the French call a petit creux, a little bit of hunger. And we will reconvene at 10:30 for the panel on Professor Oates as biographer. Welcome back, everyone, to the first of three panels. Following upon Harold Holzer's excellent keynote address, we have a panel now on Stephen B. Oates as biographer. It is my honor to introduce the panel moderator, Gretchen Holbrook Garzina, who is Paul Murray Kendall Professor of Biography in the English Department here at UMass Amherst. She's the author and editor of 9 books, several of them biographies of individuals whose lives cross boundaries of history, time, place, or race. Her last biography, Mr. and Mrs. Prince, was of a formerly enslaved couple in 18th century New England. She hosted a national broadcast series discussing literature and books in the United States for many years, and a 10-part BBC radio series on Black Britain. She regularly judges biography awards, including the Pulitzer and others. And there's a fuller biography in your program. So it is my distinct honor to introduce Professor Garzina, who will moderate this panel and introduce the other speakers.
Thank you, Brian. I am really pleased to be here, but I would like to thank a few people for making this possible. I particularly want to thank Greg Oates for organizing this, and also his partner in crime, Hugh Donahue, with whom we worked all summer to make this happen. I also want to thank Special Collections of the library and Aaron Rubenstein for being willing to accept the papers of Stephen B. Oates and to make his legacy in biography last. I was able to teach in Special Collections, a graduate course on biography last year, and it was just a treat to see how they wheel these papers in. I also want to thank Harold Holzer for giving that wonderful speech at the beginning, and I particularly was taken by the fact that he talked about John Brown so much, because I grew up in a black church in Springfield that John Brown had attended when he was traveling, but he was a regular member of that congregation, and in fact his Bible is still there. We used to see it when we went to Sunday school and see the John Brown Bible, which is safely locked up but still in the building. So I'm really excited about this panel. We have some wonderful speakers today, very distinguished biographers and journalists. I also want to say that at the outset we are going to each speak for 12 to 15 minutes. I will introduce them in the order in which people will speak, and at the end we've left about 15 minutes so all of you can ask questions of the panelists, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation that will take place then. Next to me is Carla Kaplan. She is the Davis Distinguished Professor of American Literature and Professor of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Northeastern University. She examines African American and women's history and culture. She is the author of 7 books, including Miss Anne in Harlem, The White Women of the Black Renaissance, and her epistolary biography of Zora Neale Hurston. Both are New York Times notable books. Kaplan founded the Northeastern Humanities Center, and she has received many distinguished teaching awards and fellowships. She is currently completing a cultural biography of Jessica Mitford, Queen of the Muckrakers, The Life and Times of Jessica Mitford, which will be published by HarperCollins. Next to Carla is Catherine Clinton, who holds the Denman Chair of American History at the University of Texas, San Antonio, and is Professor Emerita at Queen's University, Belfast. Clinton has authored or edited over 30 books on historical subjects, including Harriet Tubman, The Road to Freedom, Mrs. Lincoln, A Life, and most recently, Stepdaughters of History, Southern Women and the American Civil War. She won a Guggenheim in 2016 and has served as president of both the Southern Historical Association and the Southern Association for Women Historians. She's on the board of advisors for Civil War History and Ford's Theater. She was a consultant for Steven Spielberg's Lincoln and has served both on the Pulitzer Prize jury for biography and the jury for history. She's currently finishing a study of Union soldiers and mental illness during and after the Civil War. And on the end is Plathel Benjamin. He is the author and is an author and public affairs commentator. He writes and produces commentaries on the Times, a weekly WBAI broadcast, and the Midnight Rovers. His feature writing earned 2 Pulitzer Prize distinguished, I don't have my glasses, they're in the car, so forgive me if I make mistakes. Sorry about that. His feature writing earned 2 Pulitzer Prize distinguished commentary and explanatory journalism nominations. Benjamin's essays are widely published in American and British publications such as the Sunday Times of London, Guardian Observer, New York Daily News, and Village Voice. Benjamin's analyses and commentaries on President Barack Obama are widely admired. He is one of the founding faculty of the W.E.B. Du Bois Department of African American Studies here at UMass Amherst. I'm going to have you speak in turn, and in the order they were introduced, that you were introduced, and then we'll just move through and we'll hold the questions for the end of the talk. So, Carla Kaplan.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I can't remove my mask, but fortunately, I have a very big voice. I think they can hear me in Oklahoma. No problem in the back, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, I also have a neurological problem, and I have to ask that no one use a flash. If you use a flash, you have to put me up at your house for 4 days because I will lose my sight, and then I am yours. If you flash in my eyes, you own me, and you have to feed me. Okay. I'd like to thank Greg Oates, Brian Ogilvie, Hugh Donahue, Stephanie Austin, Julie Martell, Harold Hoser, and my fellow panelists. It's an honor to be invited to this intimate occasion, and I never had the opportunity to meet Stephen Oates, but I've come to feel from reading his work and meeting so many of you almost as if I knew him. The title of my talk today will be Biography and History, Biography as History, the High Adventure of Identification. And many of you know that High Adventure is taken from one of Professor Oates's books. I have 2 epigraphs. The first is from Oates. Biography is history with a difference. And the second is an epigraph Tia Miles used in her extraordinary book, All That She Carried, The Journey of Ashley Sack. She took it from Jonathan Walton, and I now steal it from her, and it is this: love and empathy together lead to justice. In his 1987 biography of William Faulkner, whose modernist perspectival novel, As I Lay Dying, he would later credit for important formal insights and inspiration, Oates reflected on his desire to do justice to the, quote, old and honorable tradition of biography as a narrative art. The tradition he most admired, emulated, and worked within was what he also called pure biography. I was thinking it was a term unlikely to have wide use today, and then Professor Holzer used it, so that was good to see. Oates, I think, and this will be the main theme of my paper today, was more of a transitional figure than he may have known. And that's what I'm going to be attempting to demonstrate. By pure biography, he essentially meant narrative nonfiction that put a human life in its historical context, and this was crucial to him, that did so with respect for facts and enormous efforts at artistry. He focused on the importance of that artistry in creating, quote, storytelling art that brought people alive again. While the biographer has to be a, quote, drudge, as Oates points out, who does exhaustive, painstaking research, the biographer cannot only be a drudge. Drudging alone produces chronicles, boring and lifeless, exhausting rather than exhaustive. The artistry of biography, quote, must make the people of history live again for and in our present. His notion of that revivification bridges old traditions to new ones, indeed, to African American, feminist, and queer ones. In Oates's view, two things make biography appealing and important as history and as storytelling. First, that artistry that brings the past alive for the present. Second, and more importantly, I think, is empathy, which for Oates is the heart of all things biographical. Empathy, he wrote in his highly successful biography of Lincoln, is what calls a human being back from the darkness. It is, quote, an effort to experience other human beings by seeing the world from their view, feeling their feelings, and thinking their thoughts. It is the biographer's, quote, quintessential quality. Indeed, Oates believed so strongly in the centrality of empathy to biography that he disdained any biographer who was critical of his subject, including, I think ironically, Robert Caro, who he believed wrongly, I think, lacked, quote, any empathy for his subject at all, and what Oates said was not good biography. But this misreading of Caro notwithstanding, Oates's empathetic imperative, as I will call it, points to both an urgent social problem and, at the same time, the conundrum we face in trying to address and resolve it. Many facets of modern civil society obviate empathy. I shouldn't even have to make that point in 2022, right? Recent instances of racial violence, religious intolerance, misogyny, anti-immigration, anti-democratic lies, income inequality, attacks on reproductive rights, all reinforce a truism which the medium hammers home: we have an empathy crisis. Indeed, some social scientists warn that we've lost, quote, the critical core skills of not only empathy but connection, and they contend that our brains need rewiring for sociality. 50 years ago, that would have been a joke, right? We need, quote, an empathy machine to re-trigger our sense of connection, one editor advances. Empathy requires a social imagination all but lost to us. Leslie Jamison's The Empathy Exam suggests a kind of travel away from ourselves. Jamison suggests that curing the crisis of our empathy crisis would require the kind of inquiry and imagination traditionally associated with the humanities, and specifically described by Oates as the imperative for all of his work. Less a matter of sentiment than of movement, Jamison argues, empathy entails stepping outside ourselves and requires, quote, a kind of travel. It suggests you enter another person's pain as you'd enter another country, through immigration and customs, border crossing by way of query. What grows where you are? What are the laws? What animals graze there? Sounds a lot like Oates, doesn't it? In an almost assuredly unconscious echo of Robert Caro himself, Oates often stressed the importance of traveling to the places where his subjects lived. Biographical artistry, he maintained, could only be achieved by visiting the landmarks of a subject's life. But as much as he stressed such literal travel, he stressed the importance for the reader of being able to travel through the biographer into a subject's world, to make an imaginative leap to the subject's time and place so as to understand a different life, its different conditions, the choices a subject made, and what led him or her to those choices. In literary terms, we call such travel identification. Its necessary conditions, however, are socially uneven. Identification, despite disparity of possibility, is the heart and soul of literary appeal, the core mechanism of realism, the bedrock of the argument for the pedagogical and ethical necessity and value of the humanities to the world. Identification mediates what Catherine Gallagher calls the attenuation of otherness. It helps overcome the impediments to sympathizing with other people. Oates wrote often of the identification he experienced in his writing. Quote, "I became one of Nathaniel's slaves. I identified powerfully with Lincoln. If anything, I identified even more with King." And just as often he wrote of the identification he wanted his readers to experience through his books and what he believed made his most successful works appealing. Quote, "I like to think that readers identified with the Lincoln in my story as I did." Oates noted very presciently, I think, that biography is now doing the cultural work that the great novels of the past used to do. If he is right, and I think he certainly is, then it is in the mechanism of identification that cultural work has to be found. And his insight into the cultural work of biography as a mechanism for generating social empathy and understanding is what makes him such a transitional figure and aligns his work with the most progressive and, in fact, least traditional aspects of our field. Those that stretch from the earliest and most vexed efforts at identification, such as the gestures made by slave narrators, through to the present. If you need an example of the kind of identificatory, what a horrible word, of the kind of identificatory gesture I'm talking about from slave narrators, think of that moment, for example, when Douglass, trying to get white Northern readers to understand what it would have been like for him as a child to have been barefoot in the snow, and he talks about the cracks in his feet, and he says they were so deep and wide that a pen might have been placed in the cracks, knowing that his book would be on a desk where a pen would be nearby. These efforts are so extraordinary because the outcome can never be taken for granted. In other words, who we are determines how we read. Indeed, as Susan Glaspell so brilliantly showed in the short story, A Jury of Her Peers, how many of you know that story? It's fabulous. Okay, put it on your homework for later. She shows that even the questions we ask have everything to do with who we are. The women in this story solve a murder. The men in this story can't get to square one. And it has to do with the differences in who we are. And the story ends with a pun on quilting, which can only be understood by one set of readerships. We call it not it. And it's meant to be read as K-N-O-T and N-O-T. Glaspell, in that wonderful story, demonstrates that the work of identification across social difference is never easy and that outcome can never be guaranteed. And that uncertainty is why the work of biographers of the missing, I would call them, why the work of biographers of the missing, biographers such as Tia Miles, such as Saidiya Hartman in Lose Your Mother, why their work is so difficult. The uncertainty of identification and also of empathy is why those biographers must constantly reinvent the forms they work with, attempting forms of social identification that can never be assumed or taken for granted. That uncertainty and the attendant strategies created to address it, I think, has given biography its most artistic works. Those are the works that now promise to revivify the field, and I think those are the works, is that mine? Those are the works that the last two volumes, particularly in Oates' career, very much gesture to. How am I doing on time? 4 minutes, I'll try to do it. The uncertainty, the lack of inevitability of identification is why empathy remains controversial, because it can never be taken for granted. Empathy always has the potential to work against its own best intentions, to widen social difference rather than to bridge it by centering the empathizer's own position and hence reinforcing his or her power, textual as well as social. I knew that was going to happen. Black literary critic Robert Steptoe argues that African American literature works to demonstrate a distrust of the reader and then to overcome that distrust socially through the mechanisms of literary identification by making the reader somebody who can be trusted to identify and empathize. I have argued elsewhere that Black literature is as often characterized not just by a distrust of the reader, but a discourse of distrust, in which the idea that by talking to one another we can ever bridge those differences can be assumed to succeed. Think of the framing device of Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God, in which Janie and Phoebe do not talk to the town, they do not talk to Mouth Almighty, they do not talk to the jury, they talk only to one another, and they turn their backs literally on their town and on everybody else and speak only to one another. It's an extraordinary performance of what I'm calling that distrust of discourse. The outcome that such literature seeks, the outcome that Oates aims for, are very much the same. But where one tradition, the Black literary tradition, often performs anxiety about success, Oates's writing is characterized in almost every case by an extraordinary, exuberant, ebullient confidence in the possibility of identifying and emphasizing across difference. That's why he can take on the work of giving voice to Clara Barton, Nat Turner, Martin Luther King, and John Brown. Indeed, so confident is he in the possibilities of empathy and identification that I cannot find any instance in which he comments or even acknowledges the difficulties of doing that work as a white academic historian. One could criticize that confidence, or one could see it, as I do, as the bridge, the transitional bridge to an entirely different tradition, a tradition I would call reparative biography, the biography that aims to give voice to the missing, to those who have been left out. And I think that Oates's reparative impulse, I don't think that's me, is even more evident in his methods than it is in his choice of subjects. And this is particularly true, I think, towards the end of his career. I'm almost done. Taking a page from Faulkner, Oates increasingly moved away from a singular dominant narrative voice to embrace modes of multivocality and multi-perspectivalism, making the case, as our keynote talked about, and also taking the risk, that it's not enough to imagine living as other people, but we have to walk where they walked, see the world as they see it, try on their beliefs, affects, lenses, and emotions. And that was the method of the approaching fury and whirlwind of war. It was a highly dangerous move. Oates described the process of simulating, as he called it, a range of men and women, blacks and whites, as, quote, the most inspiring and edifying adventure of my life. And he hoped that the method would, quote, enable readers to relate directly to my speakers, to empathize with them, understand them, be touched and enlightened by them. Now, he claimed that his inspiration for this method came from Faulkner and from Robert Altman. But I kind of want to beg to differ, because the American artists whose work it really most resembles are Studs Terkel and Anna Deavere Smith. Smith's method, unlike anything we'd ever seen on the American stage, was based on the idea that the audience, the reader, the narrator, the author, must learn to listen differently, if we are ever to have any hope of bridging our differences. It was based on the premise that identification is, at best, difficult, and that to achieve it, we have to change, Her question, how do we change, was, I think, Oates's question. It was, I think, why he looked to that method, so that he could be changed and the reader could be changed by those other voices. Once, grappling with Faulkner, he wrote, "I wanted someone as a subject who grappled with the central tensions of the modern age." But perhaps Oates himself, in searching for an empathetic method, was really his own best subject. Surely his modes of telling and listening in ways that might change us, rather than just entertain us, is a way of grappling with the central tensions of our age. And in that vision, in both its successes and in its failures, I think Oates pointed the way forward. Thank you.
I too want to thank the wonderful team here at UMass that allowed me to pay tribute to such a remarkable scholar whose dedication to bringing history alive brought us all here, live, in person. Although we've really enjoyed, I think, being able to be in two places at once, giving a speech in Liverpool, giving my class back in San Antonio via Zoom. It's really wonderful because being in the room again, where it happens, is a wonderful way for us to share and celebrate. Thank you for letting me escape from Texas, both the heat and the à la lutte, because some educational leaders there are trying to get educators to replace the word slavery with involuntary relocation, which is something that we struggle with. Words are important. Oates taught us that. Not surprisingly, 5 of the top 20 American biographies, according to Amazon this week, center on the American Civil War. Thus, Oates was part of the generation who reignited interest in this important era and topic. His influence has touched all of us, whether we recognize it or not. I haven't been out in this part of Massachusetts in a long time, and I'm not only impressed by the beauty of the valley and the impressive campus, but equally smitten by the W.E.B. Du Bois Library. It was my great pleasure to encounter Oates as an author, a popular historian, who won prizes and stirred controversy, a scholar who would meticulously research and then humanize a figure from the past by weaving him or her into the story of an age. But I also want to acknowledge him as a distinctive and beloved teacher. And Carla, you're reminding me how important it is to keep track of your students, because my first seminar in African American history at Harvard was teaching Taya Miles, who I've stayed in contact with, and said there's nothing wrong with having an imagination and going on to be a historian. But Oates's influence was so rooted in this campus, this place, that when the program was announced, I heard from a friend of mine, Lisa Frank, now a Civil War historian, and she shared that she took his large Civil War lecture class during her first semester at UMass Amherst and was hooked. She took a string of classes on offer and confides that he emphasized that his students were so lucky he didn't hoard the credit, nor did he create a posse of apostles. He suggested it was a privilege to be surrounded by tremendous faculty and students here in the history department. Frank marvels that he made history come alive for generations of students. And although the department mourns his loss, they can take pride that Frank dropped her older son off here this week from Florida. He too might get hooked by the great course offerings here. And I got to run into one of my first editors, the first editor of my biography, of Fanny Kemble, because she was an Oates student and taught with him. And she told me his great trick of keeping in touch with his students by asking them to send in postcards. I'm so fascinated by this because I'm thinking I'll get a bunch of electronic postcards if I request it from my students. But nevertheless, maybe at some point we can be exploring his papers and finding those postcards from all those students who paid tribute to his time and attention by pointing out the places they visited. We know that both the dramatic Reconstruction era in American history from the 1860s and 70s and the Civil Rights era, the 1950s and 60s, AKA the Second Reconstruction, demonstrated the need to hammer and tong to establish significant connections with social justice today. Indeed, by allowing the voices of diverse and ordinary people to break through, we're compelled to see the links, to appreciate the arcs that shaped these movements. Oates's racial justice work is not just that of a scholar, but a storyteller, a block-busting precursory perspective on the way in which ordinary people are shaped by extraordinary times, but even more significantly, the way they created our appreciation of both the individual and his or her times. Oates' Extraordinary Quartet was begun in 1970 with John Brown's story to Nat Turner in 75, then Lincoln in 77, and Martin Luther King in 1982, which my colleague will be expanding on. Although I never met Oates, I can't really gauge, but rewatching videos, I suggest that perhaps Oates' Texas roots gave him a bit of twang. It allowed him a more engaging voice on the past. This connection to storytelling and its importance was changing the field. He did participate in the Ken Burns documentary and joined the Ken Burns Clubhouse. And I was very convinced, for example, that Shelby Foote's accent and cadence so mesmerized people that even those of us who knew better were convinced by him. Now, I'm a relative newcomer to Texas, but I find that the entanglement of storytelling with history, embellishment, exaggeration, bravado, colorful observations is part of an oral tradition, which may have influenced the Texas-born UT-educated Oates. In any case, he did begin writing on Texas topics, but turned to a broader canvas to expand his palette and questions. Yes, we learn about military operations in sandboxes, but we certainly wanted to know more about flesh and blood behind the bronze and marble. And when Ken Burns was looking for voices to bring this important issue to light, Oates was only a handful of voices that he incorporated into his 9-episode series. During the 1990s, we also learned about the war's engulfment, totally focusing on every aspect of the communities scattered across the land. A little more than villages in upper Wisconsin losing 50% of their male population. So numbers and facts do matter, the scope and scale of war, but the ability to pluck out an incident to appreciate the meaning of this is so important. I'm now teaching a course on war in our master's program, and in the course of the readings, for example, my students read Margaret Macmillan's description of a German mother of the World War I generation, who very vigilantly taught her sons to cut their meat with right-handed or left-handed accoutrements because they might come back from the war having lost an arm and they need to be prepared. The shiver that this kind of detail puts up your spine tells us as much as the carnage described by many other scholars. And Oates was able to invoke a scene, an image, a phrase that summed up a key moment. I remember he was explaining Lincoln's frustrations with McClellan during the period. And as Oates described, that McClellan moved with the speed of a glacier. He plucks out Lincoln's comment that McClellan was an admirable engineer, but had a special talent for the stationary engine. This kind of telegraphing the emotional tenor of the issue, the deftness of the details in quotes, are wrought not by craft, but by something all too missing in historical monographs, imagination. I'm not suggesting that we allow authors simply to imagine. Those people get to write fiction. But with those who have imagination and turn to history, their gifts and inspiration always make us want to know more. I was most taken with his Clara Barton biography in 1994, A Woman of Valor, and indeed he did valorize her. He perhaps put her on a pedestal, but he was also putting her on the map of the recovery of women's accomplishments during the war. Barton was the first American woman whose house became a national park, opened in 1974. This acknowledged her role as a founder of the American Red Cross, but recently she's also been heralded in her post-war pioneering stage of recovering the bodies, recovering the dead. As the National Park Service describes, she established the Missing Soldiers Office, which eventually responded to more than 60,000 inquiries and successfully ascertained the fate of more than 20,000. She was instrumental in getting the list of the Andersonville dead published in 1866. She was honored throughout her life by Andersonville survivors for her efforts in notifying families. She was made an honorary member of the Andersonville Survivors Association. She went on national speaking tours to raise funds. A monument was erected in her honor in the prison site in 1915. Thus, her Red Cross work intersected with her sense of matriarchal duty to serve American families and to put them back together again, even if the death certificate came as a shock and surprise to those seeking loved ones. the way in which Barton thrust herself into female administration of care for, quote, the boys, while women, quote, soldiered the burdens of wartime home front, revealed the gendered nature of patriotic duty. But she was also doing something new and important by taking sacrifice of lost lives and casting it into families' loss in mid-century America. She translated this recovery process into a demand for government service. As the American Civil War became a crisis in so many ways for the American people, Oates was determined and remarkable to chronicle these experiences through a parade of volumes. For someone like myself, only diving into the field, co-editing Divided Houses with Nina Silber in 1991 and Portraits of American Women with Ben Barker Benfield in 92, Oates's role in the Burns series and his beguiling biography of Barton offered me a kind of aha moment. Barton was not just a token, but an emblematic symbol of the noble women of the North, as they were styled by post-war rhetoric. She was a symbol of an important new turn toward humanizing war studies. But most important, Oates had proven the hunger for life stories which would intersect prominently with our 19th century crucible of war. I'd grown up reading a little biography series in my grade school where women rarely appeared, and if they did, I can assure you they didn't get themselves involved with married officers. Their role as intimate partners, their inner lives were never really explored. But Oates's Barton was a woman with emotional depths and complex motivations. He replaced the mythical creatures of separate spheres by supplying his heroine with fire and fiber, strength and vibrance. She not only came alive, but we can envision that Civil War women were misjudged figures who need to emerge from the shadows of myth and take their place on center stage. As his work on Nat Turner had revealed, there were African American stories that also might emerge in Civil War studies, which was inspirational for me as I went on to produce books about Susie King Taylor, Harriet Tubman. I think the perspective of contributing to the Civil War literature through the lives of women was a new pathway, and one which Oates launched without fanfare, but really with purpose and determination. His chutzpah in the midst of a feminist revolution within American history was noted. Some scholars wanted his book framed with the larger literature of women's biographies emerging, such as the prize-winning volume by Catherine Kish-Sklar on Catherine Beecher. But instead, I think he plowed his own furrow. And he was really a pioneer for some of the wonderful works which followed by male scholars, thinking of Tom Brown's biography of Dorothea Dix and Matt Gallman's study of Anna Dickinson. I'm in no way privileging these volumes over fine biographies by women scholars, but I'm pointing out that when C. Van Woodward decided to write about Mary Chestnut, he did win his Pulitzer. So it was a strategic turn to look at the women. Oates showered Barton with praise, but he also acknowledged her personal idiosyncrasies. A forthright assessment was the weft woven into the warp. Barton was disruptive, not just in terms of her pursuit of autonomy. She was full of moral rectitude and could bend the rules to her own will, making her the kind of intriguing character we all love to get our hooks into. She could and was at times disturbingly touchy. Her demanding no-nonsense approach might be off-putting to more than men. At the same time, she was considered to be the Florence Nightingale of America. And perhaps she was even more so if we look more closely, for example, at Nightingale's rising and changing reputation, as chronicled in Jim Downs' 2021 study, Maladies of Empire, How Colonialism, Slavery, and the War Transformed Medicine. So these figures that we have were kind of like silhouette portraits, antiquated cutouts. But now we have a fleshy, bloody, new generation of biographers. And it was placed front and center with Oates's career. His meticulous research included piles of secondary sources, but always a strong, impressive contingent of primary sources. After more than 20 years writing about the Civil War, he shared a parade of voices. The previously mentioned, much acclaimed, Approaching Fury, Voices of the Storm, followed in 1998 by Whirlwind of War, Voices of the Storm, 1861 to 1865. I considered these an incredible gift to those of us teaching in Civil War studies. I might want to add more voices since the 1990s, but his compelling tapestry makes a magnificent skein with which to work. I actually see these voices as a documentary and think that it would be wonderful to think of a canvas that was so enriched by these voices. Excuse me. Alongside David McCullough and Doris Kearns Goodwin, he opened up a rich new opportunity to feed the hunger at the turn of the 21st century. Americans wanted to recast the past with new and intriguing figures, or new visions of these intriguing figures. And without this kind of boom in biography, I'm sure I wouldn't have taken the step forward of leaving a permanent teaching post to write. But biography proved to be the key to this shift, and Oates was really an exemplar in this regard. I want to conclude by saying that Oates wrote about storms and weathered some of his own. And I felt that anyone willing to step into the minefield of Lincoln studies should be admired, and the young people warned. Although various camps of Lincolnistas, as I've come to call them, fondly at times, not so fondly at other times, seem to spend more time by the campfire than aiming their rifles at one another these days, the battles continue. Who owns Lincoln? Who owns the field? And I would advise, if you were going to write on Mary Lincoln, body armor might be a good bet. Biographical battlefields have scarred many of us. I've been accused of perpetuating falsehoods by fellow biographers, of characterizing my work has been criticized as just plain wrong, which is certainly something that I think is a natural defense when someone differing from my interpretation claims they're right. I tell my students that right and wrong is not really a good litmus, but good and bad history are what we will be judging history on, and what we have to strive for is that good history. Oates was personally inspiring in so many ways. His voice was talking to me over time. So in 2018, when I was asked by Gary Gallagher and Matt Gallman to contribute to a piece in their volume, Civil War Places, with photographs by Will Gallagher, I picked a place that I only realized when I began to prepare this, that was introduced to me by Stephen Oates. So I want to conclude by hearing his conclusion from Abraham Lincoln, the man behind the myths. The clerk's little bedroom seemed empty and lifeless now, but the blood-stained pillow remains an internal reminder of what happened here. We leave the room by a side door, walk down through the Peterson house, and emerge into modern Washington, whose noisy streets and congested sidewalks strike us like a physical blow. When I come out of Peterson House, I always find it hard to believe that I'm in the 20th century. Drawn back into Ford's Theater, I keep expecting the paved street to turn into liquid mud. I keep hearing the noises of that unforgettable night. Shouts, the clatter of hooves, the rumble of soldiers storming the theater with their bayonets fixed. I stand there rooted to the spot, stricken with the realization that the thing has really just happened, that the events of that Friday and Saturday are frozen here, timeless, shattering, irrevocable. Stephen Oates at his best.
Well, after 53 years, I returned to the scene of the crime because based upon the reckoning of many state legislatures now, what we were doing here is being criminalized. And being on this panel, I'm honored and humbled to be here first to have been asked to participate in this tribute to my dear friend and mentor, Stephen Oates. But listening to these learned scholars here, you know, I keep thinking of how much the emergence of women have enriched the writing of history, their particular insights. And I've learned so much from women historians in the 53 years since I first came here that I could go on, you know, just expound for hours about it. But since I'm laboring under the tyranny of the clock, I shall have to pay attention to my text. And I'd just like to say that I'm also honored to see Professor Michael Thelwell here. He's the one that recruited me here 53 years ago. Then he was a young firebrand right out of the Civil Rights Movement. Now he is a wise emeritus professor. But I'm glad you could make it out. On Stephen B. Oates, award-winning historian and intellectual engagé, reflections on the man and his Freedom Quartet. Given the realities of the America to which we were born and came of age, a land torn and divided by racist rage, it is highly unlikely that Steve and I would have ever met as equal human beings, let alone become dear friends. Yet despite the divisions of race, rigorously enforced by law and social etiquette in the regions of the country where we grew up and were socialized, he in the small town of Pampa, Texas, me in the tiny picaresque old Spanish settlement of St. Augustine, Florida, we had some things in common. We were both failed trumpeters. We wore mustaches. We were both veterans of the Civil Rights Movement. He, an acolyte of Dr. King, me, a passionate partisan of Malcolm X. We both had a visceral antipathy for injustice, and we believed the accurate writing and teaching of history could play a vital role in solving the nation's racial crisis, a crisis which, at the time we met, over half a century ago, threatened to tear the nation asunder. Indeed, the question posed by Abraham Lincoln in 1858 seemed just as relevant a century later, in 1969. Can a house divided against itself continue to stand? It is a question whose relevance no sane and sober observer viewing America objectively in 2022 can deny. One wonders what Steve would have made of our present mess, with the untutored MAGA mob hurling incendiary lies about Democrats that eerily echo the hysterical baseless slanders pro-slavery Southern Democrats heaped upon Northern Republicans in the 1850s. Incited to armed insurrection by a deranged former president who refused to concede he lost the election 2 years after the fact. A verbal arsonist who recently exhorted a howling white mob to, quote, die in the streets to prevent critical race theory from being taught in their public schools. Since there's no chance that this sophisticated legal theory will ever be taught to public school children, the growing hysteria around the issue is but a thinly veiled attempt to arrest the development of a pedagogy that seeks to tell the unvarnished truth about race relations in American civilization. They prefer to lie to, just as they were, passing the protracted racial conflict on to future generations. Indeed, devious Donald Dimwit, whose incoherent rantings are burlesque on serious argument, wants our schools to teach something called patriotic history, which bears a disturbing resemblance to Hitler's race history, whose objective was the indoctrination of German youth with Nazi master race theories, much of which was lifted from the 1917 racist tome, The Passing of the Great Race, celebrating the superiority of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Teutons, penned by the Columbia University graduate and leader in the American eugenics movement, Madison Grant. We know this because Hitler says so in a letter archived in Grant's papers. Just Google Madison Grant and Adolf Hitler. Ironically, the new state laws being hastily passed prescribing guidelines for the teaching of patriotic American history may yet result in Professor Oates' books being banned in his native Texas. As was the case in the 1850s, the two major political parties get their views of events from divided media with diametrically opposed visions of reality. And as I write, The Economist has released a poll showing that a majority of Americans believe the country will be in another civil war within the next decade. In a nation with 200 million guns in the hands of civilians, 20 million of which are military assault weapons, it is no picayune matter, especially when many of these people fervently believe the Second Amendment was created to arm the citizenry against the tyrannical federal government. Despite irrefutable evidence to the contrary, Never has historical perspective been more critical to understanding the dangerous complexities of current events. That's why President Biden has summoned historians to the White House in the past few months, twice. And they say the issues that concern him most are the rise of fascism in Weimar Germany and the American Civil War. We can deduce what he learned from his primetime speech in front of Constitution Hall in Philadelphia recently, where the president sounded the alarm, warning that our democracy cannot endure when one party decides that there's only two possible outcomes of an election. Either we win or the election was stolen. I suspect even a casual perusal of Steve's oeuvre would provide a pretty good idea where he would stand on the major issues at hand, especially the four works that I call the Freedom Quartet, the magisterial biographies. To purge this land with blood, the fires of Jubilee, with malice toward none, let the trumpet sound. I think of them as the academic equivalent of a quartet in four movements, composed with the lyrical elegance, emotional gravitas, and dazzling erudition of a Mozart masterwork. The four men who are the subjects of these biographies come from radically different backgrounds but are bound together in their fight against the evils wrought by the system of white supremacy in America, a persistent theme in our history that continues to linger on like the melody of a bad song. In discussing his works, Professor Oates often employs the term leitmotif, which can be defined as a recurrent theme throughout a musical or literary composition associated with a particular person, idea, or situation. Hence, if we think of the four books in the Freedom Quartet as movements in a single composition, the leitmotif that gives them continuity is the contradiction between the professed ideals of American civilization, all men are created equal and endowed by God with the natural right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the persistent practice of white supremacy, a practice which resulted in policies of dispossession and genocide among the indigenes, whom the enlightened Canadians call the First Nations of the Americas, and the enslavement of kidnapped Africans, whose status and law for most of the history of the English settler colonists that built the United States of America was equivalent to that of livestock, chattel, with no more rights than beasts of the fields. And the August Supreme Court proclaimed it in the 1857 Dred Scott decision, when they ruled 7-2, black men have no rights that white men are bound to respect. A ruling that applied to all African Americans, slave or free. It is the sentiment that some white Americans still hold dear, including armed policemen. The second great theme that persists through the Freedom Quartet is the story of heroic struggles waged by those who opposed the evils of white supremacy, slavery, and segregation, which they regarded as a betrayal of the universal humanism proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence and a blasphemous transgression against the commandments of the God they profess to serve, who bequeathed the rights to all men that are enumerated and celebrated in our foundational document. Since the book span a period from the founding of the Federal Republic in the late 18th century to the last third of the 20th century, we have provided a view of how the issue of race has been a central factor in the growth and character of the United States. Despite all the hysterical denials that racism and racial oppression is fundamental to the American experience, the voices in Professor Oates' Freedom Quartet boldly proclaim this truth, and their voices are unimpeachable. It is readily apparent to the careful observer that these biographies are not the product of academic busywork coerced by the imperative to publish or perish, nor the seductions of the fame and fortune that accompanies authorial success. Their raison d'etre was inspired by a passion for justice and a deeply held belief that an accurate understanding of the nation's history could assist in the building of a more just society, the quote, more perfect union envisioned in the preamble to the Constitution, and ensure the domestic tranquility it calls for. Hence, it was not by happenstance that Steve chose as the subjects of his Freedom Quartet two black Americans and two white Americans, whose stories share a common theme. They all gave their lives in the struggle to make America a freer and more just society, to live up to the exalted ideals proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence. In an essay in the anthology Biography's High Adventure, Steve defined his project as an effort to, quote, humanize the monstrous moral paradox of slavery and racial oppression in a land based on the ideals of the Declaration of Independence. And he felt the thread that held this subject together is the fact that, quote, all four were driven, visionary men. All were caught up in the issues of slavery and race, and all devised their own solutions to those inflammable problems. And all perished, too, in the conflicts and hostilities that surrounded the quest for equality in their country. 2 were hung, and 2 were the victims of assassins' bullets. There was something else of critical importance that held these men together. They all met the measure of the prophet based upon the critique set forth by Rabbi Abraham Heschel, a distinguished theologian and world-renowned authority on the ancient Hebrew prophets, who fled Nazi Germany and later became an activist in the U.S. civil rights movement. In declaring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a prophet, he said, quote, moralists of all ages have been eloquent in singing the virtues, the praises of virtue. The distinction of the prophets was in their remorseless unveiling of injustice and oppression and their willingness to die for it. Notwithstanding the value of his other works, which consists of 12 more volumes, for me, his exquisitely composed Freedom Quartet shall remain Professor Oates' magnum opus. Without diminishing their monumental importance, one jot or tittle, I confess that I might be biased toward these works because Steve discussed them with 3 of them with me when he was writing them, from conception to completion, and thus I feel a special relationship to them. I still remember the look of excitement on his face when he was writing The Fires of Jubilee and visited me at my home in Harlem after he had just retraced the footsteps that the brilliant mystic slave rebel Nat Turner took during his bloody rebellion in Southampton County, Virginia in 1831. It was as if he had transported himself back to that time and place and witnessed the event. I was especially moved by his narration because Nat and I are kindred spirits. I shared his wonder as he revealed how Abraham Lincoln metamorphosed from a cautious free soiler, perfectly willing to let the Southerners keep their black bondsmen if it could preserve the Union, ambivalent about the equality of black folk and whether they could function as free citizens in an American society, with a railroad lawyer's respect for the property rights of Southern slaveholders, a concern he never really abandoned, to a committed abolitionist willing to wage the bloodiest and most destructive war the world had yet seen and abolish slavery. Despite military setbacks, the advice of some cabinet members, and widespread virulent opposition from racist white Northerners, because he became convinced it was God's punishment of America for the sin of slavery. And, quote, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether, Lincoln proclaimed in his second inaugural address. As Steve has pointed out repeatedly, in response to those who dismissed John Brown, the subject of the first volume of his Freedom Quartet, to purge this land with blood, as a crazed religious fanatic because he believed that God had chosen him for the mission of liberating slaves and purge America of its evils with the blood of slaveholders. There was no difference between the religious beliefs of John Brown Abraham Lincoln, or those of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. They all fervently believed that an almighty God was orchestrating their fate. Yet nobody ever characterized Lincoln and Lee as religious fanatics. I was fascinated by the way Steve reconstructed Martin Luther King's dangerous civil rights campaign in St. Augustine, Florida. Not the least of which because of the things he revealed to me about my hometown. I left during the summer of 1960, just after the Southern Black Student Sit-In movement began, which I had participated in as a freshman at Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, but the movement had not yet reached St. Augustine, although those of us who had gone off to college had all been active in that nascent struggle. And my boyhood friend, Hank Thomas, would become an iconic figure in the Southern struggle when his image appeared on the front pages of newspapers around the world, walking out of a flaming bus into the crazed white mob that had firebombed the Freedom Riders in Anderson, Alabama. By the time Dr. King came to St. Augustine, I had been gone for several years, and a lot had changed. For one thing, race relations had become more violent, which Steve details marvelously. Hence, when I read his meticulous reconstructions of the night marches down to the old slave market, led by Dr. King, rendered with a novelistic eye for detail, I sat breathlessly on the edge of my chair. I knew the route well, and there were abundant darker nooks and crannies from which a crazed, murder-minded gunman from the racist Ancient City Gun Club might fire on the procession. I was astonished at the heroism of my neighbors, ordinary people doing extraordinary things in pursuit of their freedom. And Steve's narrative captured the dramatic ambiance of the moment so well, as they resolutely walked in the shadow of death, inspired by the soul-stirring preachings of Dr. King, that when I meet them on trips to the ancient city, America's oldest, I feel like genuflecting. Professor Oates sought to give voice to the grievances of the voiceless in American civilization. And he chose to achieve his objective by putting their most impassioned and able advocates on center stage and focusing the limelight upon them. If, as the Bard of Avon declared, all the world is a stage and we're but players upon it, the dramatist personae in the epic tales Steve chose to tell were John Brown, Nat Turner, Abe Lincoln, and Martin Luther King. With the skill of a Savile Row tailor, he stitched together the various details of their lives, vices and virtues, yielded by his prodigious research, into a seamless narrative that allows us to see the world as they saw it in real time, and even feel what they felt. The power of his narratives is such that even one whose saved senior daughter has labeled an unchurched heathen, who has been an avowed atheist since I was 13, convinced by the racist caste system under which I grew up in Florida, that no just God could possibly be presiding over such an unjust world, can yet feel the fire and the spirit of their religious convictions. It is an amazing grace that makes my spirit dance. A feat that no dispassionate, value-free research technician could achieve. These moving texts are the conjurations of an emotionally engaged intellectual with a poet in his soul. Without lapsing into special pleading, nor descending into propaganda, meticulously interrogating the voluminous records available to the professional historian, the Freedom Quartet transcends conventional scholarship and rises to the level of some rarefied intellectual alchemy. They are a priceless benefaction to this nation. Let his trumpet sound loudly. For if widely enough heard, it might yet awaken the better angels of our nature that Abraham Lincoln thought could save the soul of the republic.
When we started, I'll repeat them. When we put this panel together, we were thinking who were the best placed people to talk about history and biography, and also Stephen B. Oates' place in all of that. I don't think any of us who were working on this imagined that we were going to be treated to such a wonderful wonderful group of talks. I want to thank all of you. We now have about 10 minutes for Q&A, and I'm hoping that people will have things they would like to address to the members of the panel. I can repeat them. If you need to, we can pass the microphone around if you would prefer that. So I had questions, but I think they've all been answered. So I would like to give the audience the chance to converse with our wonderful, wonderful panelists today. Is there a question? I can. This is what happens when you leave your glasses in the car. I'm really sorry. Yeah. Would you like the mic, or are you? Okay. I'm going to start this off and then pass it on. I would think that no biographer, first of all, does it for the money. Secondly, it takes a good 6 or 7 years to write the life of another person, and you have to be willing to inhabit that life fully during that whole time. You're having a kind of double vision. But I'm going to pass this on to those who have also been writing biographies. Here, perhaps Catherine would like to take that.
I once heard a wonderful talk by the late, great scholar, John. I once heard John Cavazos say, you don't go out to your mailbox, and there it is, your new assignment. It is organic, and it comes from thinking, and it comes from after James McPherson's great success with Battle Cry of Freedom, people were all going around, we need a woman Jim McPherson. Well, I said, I'm no Jim McPherson, but I do know women's history. And so I started on a topic, and it organically was, gosh, there hasn't been a biography of Harriet Tubman in 60 years, maybe. That would be something good. I would say, someone like Spielberg looks and sees there hasn't been a movie about Abraham Lincoln in 50 years, and why not? In other words, part of it is you're part of the culture, and the culture in your reading can inspire you in some ways. And historians, I think, do tend to build out of what is missing. I know Carla is an expert at that. So.
Well, I just wanted to add to something Catherine just said, that you have to both transcend and write out of. I'm writing a biography now of a woman named Jessica Mitford, who was really the most important muckraker of the middle years of the last century, and reinvented the genre, and was the most unlikely person to become an American communist and a muckraking journalist, because she was born in a British aristocrat into a right-wing fascist Nazi family. And she became an American communist and a muckraker. And one could look at that and say she transcended her aristocratic background. She carried it right along with her. One of the things that gave her the guts to criticize everything about American enterprise and the American system was that she was a British aristocrat. So she had no trouble criticizing everybody. I mean, she transcended and she carried it with her. And I think that you can really see the ways in which in Oates' work in the Freedom Quartet, he transcended that experience by carrying it with him. I was astounded to find so little commentary by him of what my students now call positionality, his being a white Southerner doing this work. because it really is clear that he is transcending it not by leaving it behind, but by embodying it and by taking responsibility for what it means to come out of that history. Part of what I think makes him so moving and made Playfell Benjamin's commentary on the Freedom Quartet so deeply moving is the work of taking responsibility, not just sidestepping or transcending. And every biographer who gets to inhabit somebody else's life ends up having to take responsibility in complicated ways, and it is not for the faint of heart. I'll stop.
Steve Oates, writing biography was both a calling and it was a question of craft. He was attracted to biography because it was the area of historical writing that most lended itself to novelistic techniques like characterization, elaborate description, that kind of thing. I know because we talked about it. So that, from the point of craft, attracted him. And of course, he mastered it very well. But the choice of people he did in his Freedom Quartet, the people he chose to write about, Steve was very conscious of the crisis, the racial crisis in American society. As I say, he had been in the civil rights movement, and he was the kind of person that felt these things very deeply. Like one morning, for instance, he came to my house one Sunday morning early, and I could see that he hadn't been sleeping. He looked haggard and he needed a shave. And he sat down and he said, "I feel ashamed to be an Anglo-Saxon." And he said, "Read this, look at it." And he gave me "Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee." And after I read it, I saw why he felt that way. But I remember him talking about John Brown. The first time we talked about John Brown, he said it intrigued him. He said, why is it that people over and over again say John Brown was crazy, but they don't say Preston Brooks, who almost beat Charles Sumner to death in the well of the Senate, they don't say he was crazy, Or when they talk about John Brown's religious fanaticism, when his beliefs were no different from those of General Robert E. Lee or Abraham Lincoln or most people of that time. He was, like I said, an engaged intellectual. To him, it was a mission. It was more than a profession. It was a mission. And it comes through in his work. And at the time that he was writing a lot of these books, it was dangerous. It's the kind of, I just read through them again, and I'm looking now at the fact that his books probably are going to be criminalized in Texas. Instead of saying, when I have a friend, a great historian who teaches at the University of Houston, Gerald Horn, and he's writing all these subversive books, and I asked him, I said, "Listen, do you wear a bulletproof vest and carry a gun to class? Because if I was in Texas, I would. Because they made it legal for students to carry guns on campus in Texas, So if I was teaching in Texas, and especially writing the kind of books, I asked him, I said, "How do you get on down there, writing books that, writing a book like The Counter-Revolution of 1776, or calling, the war in the Pacific a race war, how do you?" He said, "Well, my research is meticulous. I've published 3 times more than my colleagues, and I smile a lot."
But I want to say our students are really hungry for stories, and I don't want to scare you off. At the University of Texas San Antonio, we do have people very engaged in this and very excited that we are writing on these subjects, and we are saying to scholars, this is the most important, and you can't be scared off by identity politics, and you can't be scared off by guns on campus. So we are trying to really prove that education can make a big difference, hopefully.
We're actually out of time, but I'm going to let this go for several more minutes because a lot of hands have been up, I saw them, but we had also 3 here first. So I don't know who was on first. And there's a mic.
My name is Martin Pass.
Okay, so we have 5 more minutes.
I'd like to share a story that I think this audience would like regarding motivation. Steve told a story, and he told it many times, that he is sitting in a dormitory in Texas as a college student the night that Martin Luther King was assassinated. And he heard nothing but cheers and joy and hand clapping. And he said that motion that day was like a catharsis for him. He suddenly decided that here I am, active in the civil rights movement, yet writing about the Confederate cavalry and Rip Ford's Texas and all these people who went on to perpetuate slavery. And he said, you know something? He says, I've got to spend the rest of my life writing about people who helped end slavery. And that was one of the crowning moments when a biography of John Brown came into his head. How different from Rip Ford. And I think that that's a very important event in his life in that dormitory room. Thank you.
We have only a couple of minutes, so I think we can get 2 last questions in. Thank you.
Thank you. The panel was amazing, and I don't want to make a political statement, but I wanted to share an insight Mr. Benjamin brings forward here, in that we are living in a time, and we're historians here, but historians get to write about things after the fact. And my mother-in-law, Janice Weinman, worked with Carolyn Maloney on the Never Again Education Act to help teach about the Holocaust of the Jews. And we've had Holocausts in this country. And as educators, to think about identification of a slave is a critical thing, but even more, if you look, without making political statements, if you look at the American landscape today and the conflict that we are seeing, at the time that it's happening in Germany, people didn't think that their neighbors and their friends and their clients and customers would do the things that happened. Stephen and I talked about these things, and he wouldn't say, let the trumpet sound now. He would say, let the tocsin sound. Because we should be alarmed, and we should be thinking about how do we get to the history we want for this nation, because we are at a critical moment. And thank you, Mr. Benjamin. And I don't want to be glib here, but seeing you next to this portrait, you missed one thing about an identification with Stephen Oates. And that man liked to look good. And all I could think about is him sitting in your seat wearing your garb today, because you look phenomenal, and he would have loved it, and he would have wanted to look and wear what you're wearing. So thank you so much for all of you.
See, one last thing real quickly. There have been a lot of stereotypes exploded here today. One is people who think, men write the best history. That's one. The other one is that I'm on here with all of these ladies, and I'm a bona fide tough guy. I mean, I'm a SAC-trained killer. That's what they used to tell us when I was, in the Strategic Air Command with a top secret security clearance, designed to train to seek out and destroy Russian atomic saboteurs. That's what they told us, we were SAC-trained killers. So I'm a SAC-trained killer and a former boxing promoter, and I'm the one who cries.
I've been told that we are way out of time, and can we just do this really within 2 minutes?
My name is Constance Congdon, and I'm a nationally known playwright. And this is my friend Michael Meerpole, who is the son of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Yeah, well, it's only the truth, sweetheart. And my friend Helen Sheehy, who wrote 4 biographies after being taught by, she had to go pee, she's female, okay. But what she would tell me is Stephen said, your subject will tap you on the shoulder. And then, and then that's it. I mean, that is the beginning of it all. I'm completely terrified as an American and as a citizen of the world And yet, because of all of you, little bits of goddammit hope have started to arise. It's a thing with feathers in my soul, and I want to thank all historians, but particularly you four, and Mr. Benjamin. I'll never forget your last remarks about Stephen Oates, whom I had the pleasure to know. Thank you.
On that note, I'd like to thank our moderator and panelists for a really stimulating and emotional panel once more. Just a little bit of logistics. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for the second panel on Professor Oates as a public intellectual. Panelists who are going to lunch at Commonwealth Restaurant, I will be driving a golf cart for anyone who needs assistance, going the roughly half mile over to the venue. And graduate student Maya Gonzalez will be leading the rest of you over to the Commonwealth Restaurant, which is in the Worcester Dining Commons. The rest of you, there are plenty of lunch options on campus, most but not all in the campus center. I look forward to greeting you again at 1 o'clock. Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the continuation of Let the Trumpet Sound, the life and legacy of award-winning biographer and historian Stephen B. Oates. Right now, we have a panel on Professor Oates as a public intellectual. I apologize for the delay, which was caused by supply chain issues at the restaurant where we took the panelists for lunch. So, but we're ready to get started. We will skip the formal coffee break later on, although you're welcome to get up at any time and refresh your coffee or tea or water. And there is some fruit at the back as well if you feel a bit peckish at some point. So to give our distinguished panelists plenty of time, we're just going to delay the schedule a bit. It is now my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome the moderator of the public intellectual panel, Frank J. Williams, Esquire, who is a retired Chief Justice of the Rhode Island Supreme Court and founding chair of the Lincoln Forum. He and his wife, Virginia, donated their Lincoln and Civil War collection, comprising over 40,000 items, to Mississippi State University. He is the author or editor of more than 21 books. He first met Stephen Oates after the publication of With Malice Toward None, and they became close friends. So please join me in welcoming Chief Justice Williams.
Good afternoon. I didn't hear anything. That's what I expect in my courtroom, so please don't let me go there. And there was this great photo of me and of Stephen Oates, Stephen B. as he liked to be called, and a very, very young Frank Williams that was played through the courtesy of Greg. So we're glad to be here to continue this service in honor of our friend, Professor Oates. We have Dr. Lynn Pasquarella, President of the American Association of Colleges and Universities, and the former President of Holyoke College, Supreme Court Justice David Lowy, who sits on the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, the SJC, as we lawyers and judges call it, and Dr. Hugh Carter Donahue, who teaches history at Rowan University in Glassboro, New Jersey. And he, with Greg Oates, were the genesis of this memorial. So we thank them for all their efforts in bringing us together to honor a friend. As a student of Abraham Lincoln since the age of 11, I first met Professor Oates in 1977 after publication of his Lincoln book, With Malice Toward None. We became fast friends. It is the best biography of Abraham Lincoln among many, with, and you're not going to believe this, but with almost 16,000 volumes published about some aspect of his life since 1865. I still recommend With Malice Toward None, long before this service and a memorial, to my students at the United States Naval War College in Newport. It's still in print, and paperback has been published as a result, as are the other volumes of his quartet of For Americans. Mr. Robinson called it the Freedom Quartet. Nothing can be more appropriate than describing his work on Nat Turner, John Brown, Abraham Lincoln, and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., who died violent deaths in a nation of violence. I recently had a chance to listen to With Malice Toward None on an audible.com online streaming, thanks to Greg Oates for prevailing upon the publisher and audible.com to reissue Professor Oates's books in the spoken word. Now, in a new auditory sense, I was able to once again hear high narrative by our friend Stephen. If you put With Malice Toward None on a table beside Mr. Oates's edited version of Biography is High Adventure, which was mentioned this morning, with chapters by 12 distinguished biographers, you will see an example of narrative biography at its finest. Former President Bill Clinton had come to Rhode Island about 10 years ago to campaign for U.S. Senate candidate Sheldon Whitehouse, and Senator Whitehouse introduced me to the president, and we spoke for a few minutes, ignoring all others about us at this restaurant. And he had just finished reading With Malice Toward None, and he virtually came to tears, he told me, when finishing this humanistic history and biography. Another tribute to Stephen B. Oates from an avid reader. Professor Oates demonstrated how his 4 biographies intersected on several levels. Although each standing on its own, each was influential in describing the destruction of slavery. Stephen B., as he liked to be called, demonstrates that biography must be more than research, notes, letters, reminiscences, and other contemporary accounts. As he proves in his Lincoln biography and his other works, biography must radiate a sense of diplomacy, intimacy, and familiarity with the author. Professor Oates explained it best. And this is an additional quote. It wasn't mentioned earlier this morning by anyone, Harold Holzer or the panel, and that speaks well of this edited volume. For me, this is Stephen B. For me, biography has not only been high literary and historical adventure, but deep personal experience as well. I have lived through 4 human lives besides my own, something that has enriched mine beyond measure as a writer and a man. Most important, the experience of writing the quartet reinforced my lifelong conviction that the people of the past have never really died, for they enjoy a special immortality. In biography, in our efforts to touch and understand them, and so to help preserve the human continuance. Perhaps this is what Yeats meant when he said that nothing exists but a stream of souls, that all knowledge is biography. Dr. Pasquarella, can you tell us how you first met Professor Oates?
I actually never had the opportunity to meet Professor Oates, but I came to know his work quite intimately. Like you, I listened to all of his books first thing in the morning and last thing I did at night before I went to bed. And when he talks about in his work, biography as high adventure, that feeling of presence with the people he was working on, I also felt his presence in all that I was doing throughout the days. Our lives intersected in many different ways. I was an undergraduate at Mount Holyoke, later became the president of Mount Holyoke. And as an undergraduate, I had heard about him through my friends, my classmates, who were history majors at the time. History was one of the top 4 majors at the college and still remains a strong major. And so I had heard about this wonderful teacher, and we'll talk about that a bit later, but I also knew about him when I became the provost at the University of Hartford, because he had received a Distinguished Teaching Excellence Award. And I knew about him through my work as president of the Phi Beta Kappa Society. I knew that he was a dedicated member of the society, that he took seriously and lived by our motto of wisdom as the guide of life, but also the precepts of the society. When those 5 young men gathered at the Raleigh Tavern in 1776, they made a commitment to engage in the pursuit of literature, the liberal arts and sciences, to friendship and morality. And he has lived his life. He lived his life by those precepts. And so I felt a particular affinity to him, though we never met.
Thank you. But Judge Lowy did meet him, and tell us about that. It wasn't a confrontation either.
It was not. It was a beautiful September morning in 1981. I walked into this lecture hall, filled, every seat filled. All the people from the waiting list who wanted to get into the class gathered in the back of the classroom, waiting for Professor Oates to come to the podium. And then he strides into the room like a colossus, and he goes to the podium and he begins to speak. I was so excited, I really didn't know what to do with myself. I loved history growing up. I loved reading history. But what I was hearing in that class was history being relevant. It was pertinent. He wasn't just telling us about what happened as he slowly built up to the beginning of the Civil War. And it was like you couldn't wait for the next chapter, for the next class. It couldn't get there fast enough. You'd almost lean forward to try to get the day to move faster so that you could go back in again and watch him take that podium, which he never, ever stayed at. He moved around that classroom, inspiring people with enthusiasm and with energy. And what I learned was that what Faulkner said. Professor Oates wrote a biography of Faulkner. Faulkner said that the past isn't dead. The past isn't even the past. He brought what Lynn just said. He brought what was going on in the world to life. And it was life-changing for me to sit in that seat with 300 people. And my goodness, was I happy that I wasn't one of the people on the waiting list.
Thank you very much, Judge. How about you, Dr. Donahue? Can you tell us about your meeting Professor Oates and how he engaged you to, as an undergraduate, to attend his graduate classes?
Sure. I think it was in Hasbrook Hall, memory serves, and that auditorium probably has 150 to 200, maybe. At least, I think a healthy guess is 200. And everything David says is absolutely true. He was a very dramatic presence. He was a very peppy lecturer. He was an exceptionally natty dresser. And he kept himself fit. I mean, he was very, very disciplined about staying fit. And so the energy was just phenomenal, right? I mean, it was alive. And it was a Civil War course, and he said to the kids, to the students, you can write a paper if you want to. So I went to see him in his office. And I said, I'd like to write a paper. And he looked at me and he said, you're the only one who's ever asked. So at the time, I had a work-study job at the Massachusetts Review. And John Hicks, who was the editor at the time, was a highly competent Thoreau scholar. And I said, well, what if I write an essay about the Concord intellectuals and John Brown? You know, because Brown does a tour through Massachusetts, and he's kind of, it's safe to say, an abolitionist rock star amongst the Emerson and Thoreau, and a lesser degree with Alcott, but Alcott's right on board. And I'll write about what they think of John Brown. So he then took me under his wing and liked the paper a great deal. And in the course of writing the paper, I uncovered some information that he hadn't initially used in the Brown book, because I was a year after the Brown book was published. And it the generous thing to say was that it would complement what he had done, but it also cast what he had done in a bit of a different light. And he said, and I gave it to him, and I was terrified. Frank, I was terrified. I said, oh man, you are dumbbelled to do this with a professor like that. This guy knows much more than you'll ever know. I mean, who are you? And the weekend transpired, and I went to see him, and he said, it took guts to write that, Donahue. And he then incorporated the findings in the subsequent editions of the book, and he then encouraged me to study with him.
I think that's representative of his character and courage.
Yeah.
Lynn, we're here on this public intellectual business, and I'm not sure we all understand what that is. How did Stephen Oates embody the concept of public intellectual, and what's your thoughts on public intellectualism anyway?
Well, I think public intellectualism is more important than ever. It is taking one's scholarly expertise and making it accessible to a broader audience. The translation mechanism that Professor Oates engaged in provided a framework for people to grapple with the most fundamental questions of human existence, to address the pressing ethical, legal, social issues of the day. And he did that through inspiring moral imagination. We heard this morning about a bit about Anna DeVere Smith, where she enjoins people to listen in new ways. I mean, what she does is to say we need to listen between the lines. And I think about this as a riff on John Cage's notion that we only hear what we listen for. And the way that he inspired people to hear the voices of those who had been silenced and marginalized, because he was able to encourage people to imagine what it was like to be in the shoes of another different from oneself. That is what moral imagination is. And today, at a time of increasing polarization and partisanship, in this post-truth era where facts matter less than controlling the narrative. This skill is more important than ever. We need to be visible in our communities if we ever hope to redress a growing skepticism about the work that we're doing in the Academy.
Thank you for that. What are Stephen Oates's contributions, do you think, as a public intellectual?
Well, I think Stephen Oates is the most consequential intellectual, American intellectual, of the last third of the 20th century. And the reason I say this is that the biographies, particularly the Civil War Quartet biographies, address issues of race, gender, and equality. And those are the issues that define the times now. So while he was very much in sync with his times, he projected into the future. And he's given us an ongoing gift as to how to begin to think about these things.
So, Lynn, in the past, academics have often served as thought leaders in the public sphere, making their works accessible to a broader audience. Today, there is not only a growing polarization, as you pointed out, and partisanship that threatens to tear apart the fabric of American democracy, but there is also a burgeoning mistrust in higher education. How did Stephen's approach to scholarship provide a model of excellence for confronting the challenges we are facing today in an ostensibly, as you point out, post-truth era?
There is a prevailing national rhetoric with respect to higher education. On the one side, we've got skeptics saying that higher education is too expensive, too difficult to access, doesn't teach people 21st century skills. On the other side, we've got folks who characterize colleges and universities as bastions of liberal progressivism that are designed to brainwash the next generation of snowflakes who will melt the dispersion of their sensibilities. Both of these narratives are really dangerous to what's going on in the academy. And we heard this morning about the ways in which there's been unprecedented overreach into what it is that we're doing, controlling the curriculum, who gets hired, who gets tenured. We need to change that narrative. We need to appropriate it and create an ascendant narrative about what it is that we're doing here if we ever hope to restore public trust in the promise of higher education in general and liberal education in particular that Professor Oates was so dedicated to preserving. And one way to do that is to be visible in the communities in which we're located. He, through his public intellectualism as a scholar, when he was doing public lectures, when he was involved in community conversations, when he was on radio and television, was modeling what it is to be part of an institution as an anchor institution. Colleges and universities need to demonstrate that their success is inextricably linked to the psychological, social, economic, health, educational well-being of those in the communities in which they're located and those they seek to serve. He was a visible reminder of that every single day. He brought his humanistic approach to biography out into the community. He engaged the community. Took advantage of local epistemologies. And so he talks about his approach to biography as one in which he rejects the notion of biographers who are upstaging the subjects that they're writing about. Instead, he wants to engage people in trying to understand the thoughts of the person he's writing about. And so that's where I think he served as a model of excellence that is more critical than ever in pushing back against the criticism of higher education today and through serving as a public intellectual and demonstrating a commitment to anchor institutions.
David, Barry Quinn, a longtime editor of the New York Times Book Review, has noted that a fundamental part of being a public intellectual is the idea of centrality. What does that mean?
I think what he meant, at least what he said, was that a public intellectual is a free-floating, unattached generalist. But that doesn't fit Professor Oates. He nonetheless didn't hide out in his ivory tower. He was out in the real world. So I think the definition doesn't quite fit him. I think that the things that Lynn has been talking about we're all now retreating to our own echo chambers and demonizing people who disagree with us, and concerns about what I see sometimes as an assault on the First Amendment, and there's no place more dangerous for that to occur than on a college campus. That these are issues that Professor Oates was confronting way ahead of the curve. I'm reading the biography of Clara Barton right now, and to hear his voice about gender equality, and to meticulously go through what she had to go through only because of her gender seemed to me to be not just poignant, but really showing leadership as a public intellectual. So I don't think he satisfies that definition, but I think that he was able, even though he was a specialist, to be able to be a public intellectual. And if I could just add again, to echo something that Lynn said in this post-truth world, another great public intellectual who would have a difficult time today not being canceled was Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. And Senator Moynihan famously said that, you know, folks, we're all entitled to our own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And those words of wisdom, along with the comments that Lynn was talking about as far as education being under attack, are things that I think that Professor Oates pushed back about. I mean, we do not want education and higher education under attack. The whole promise of our liberty, of our constitutional republic, is that we have an engaged electorate, an educated electorate. So these issues that he was out there talking about ahead of the curve really matter, and they're still right there, pertinent today.
Yeah, I mean, I was struck by the fact that how seriously he took our nation's historic mission of educating for democracy and what that meant for him, both inside and outside of the classroom.
Absolutely.
I know you weren't able to be with us this morning because of court business at the SJC, but Catherine Clinton, who I think is still here, was very articulate in expressing how Clara Barton, the biography which you're reading now, was confronted with these obstacles primarily as a woman that men would not undertake or have to be challenged. So I think what you're saying is correct.
Chief, it's actually exhausting to read and listen to what she had to go through, only to try and help preserve the Union and help human beings get out of bondage.
I think that's so. A public intellectual contributes in public discourse with ideas that transcend or defy specialization. Of course, this conflicts with the academic day jobs of many intellectuals, including Professor Oates. In what ways did Professor Oates use his area of expertise to speak more broadly? Now, I know, as a preview, David and Lynn and you, that you'll hear from a former student like yourself, Kali Iafredi, who was my lead law clerk, and we were talking this morning at break over how did Stephen Oates, how was he able to perform, multitask, and do other things while he was writing these great tomes, these great books. So that's your cue to expostulate on what you think Professor Oates was able to do.
Well, he was able to step outside of the role of a specialist, even though he was a leader in his discipline. But the most important way he was able to step out, actually, was within his discipline as a teacher, because the food science and nutrition students were signing up for his class. There were people who were never exposed to history or understood how important it is to learn history, not because it often repeats itself, but as Mark Twain gets credit for saying, it often rhymes. And so he was in the classroom inspiring people who never were interested in history. So that's one way he was able to expand his reach. So I was so proud when I was all excited when the Ken Burns series came out, and I remember that first night waiting for it to start. I had no idea I was going to see Professor Oates come on to the screen. And it was just unbelievable to see my professor so articulate, so interesting, reaching even more people. And so he was able to step outside of his role in that way as well. But mostly through his, as you've just alluded to, Chief, his extraordinary biographies, which he said the way to write biography is storytelling. He's just extraordinary biographies. And that same enthusiasm that you would hear in the classroom, you could feel it when you were reading his biographies.
But I think that
Lynn.
humanistic practice that he engaged in invites us to interrogate our own practices within the academy. So for far too long, we have awarded tenure and promotion based on peer-reviewed journal articles or books, and not to diminish the importance of that scholarship, but to recognize that there are other and perhaps more important ways that we can contribute to the academy through publicly engaged scholarship that he engaged in. And we just don't, it doesn't matter if people are doing like Professor Shabaz's Voices from the Valley, inviting people into, from their living rooms into the life of the mind that we're so intimately involved in. We don't recognize that. So how can we upend, disrupt the structures within the academy to pay tribute to what Stephen did so well throughout his life?
Chief, if I could just
yes,
add
please offer.
David's insight is really very timely, because if you think about it, what Steve had and embodied was urgency. There was an urgency to him, and he was completely engaged in either teaching or in writing or in being a source. So the way David spoke a minute ago about the Burns show, I remember that, and the lighting on his face, the precision of his responses. There wasn't a wasted word. And you said, I gotta listen, what's this guy saying? And this is on a TV show. And the same is true of the writing. The writing is just brilliant. So you just feel like you put your effort in, you're going to get more back than the exertion you have invested. And that would seem to me to be part of this public business. He's very present that way.
And it seems to me that part of being a public intellectual is being aspirational. David, I'm going to start with you, and I hope you all chime in. Was Stephen Oates aspirational, and if so, how?
At its core, his message in the Civil War class was that this great country was founded on the concept of individual liberty, of equality of opportunity, that we were a city on a hill. And yet, that founding included a stain that is with us today. Slavery, enslaving human beings, at the same time that we are projecting the importance of individual liberty for the world. You know, we hear it from the Scottish Enlightenment, from John Locke, and we embrace it here. We embrace this concept of individual liberty and a constitutional republic. At the same time, we are defining some people as 3/5 of a person. How can you reconcile this? It was manifest, it was palpable in every single class. And I found that the purpose it was aspirational. He wanted us to be better citizens. He wanted us to listen to Lincoln from his first inaugural address and listen to the better angels of our nature. So I thought he was always aspirational. He wanted the promise of America to come true. And the way he did that was through teaching our history and pointing out without any reticence or fear the truth about our frailties.
And Chief, if I could just...
Sure, you.
Carla Kaplan was brilliant about this morning, about a new way of listening. And just think of the compatibility of her immensely capable talk and the Justice's comments about aspiration. He made it so that you wanted to listen. I mean, that's fantastic.
But I think, and I couldn't agree more with you, and I was going to bring up the comments from this morning. Listen differently.
Yes.
To other people.
Yes.
Now, since I've retired, I'm failing in retirement. I keep showing up to do mediations and arbitrations. And that resonated with me because for a good mediator, and we need plenty in this culture of violence and contentiousness, listening differently really counts. Listening first of all, and then differently, because we're all different and we come from different cultures. So that, and along with Carla's comment about empathy, really resonated with me. Lynn, did at lunch we discussed a bit about that, empathy and also listening differently.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is one of the most important messages we can convey to our students, to our broader audiences. It's that need for, as I talked about in terms of what Martha Nussbaum and others have talked about as moral imagination, sympathetic imagination, especially as we face what we talked about earlier as the prospect of the next civil war because of the growing partisanship and polarization.
So, you know, I really believe in conflict resolution. I think Stephen did too, in a different way as a great writer and teacher. But the one thing we cannot mediate is that first boatload of slaves that came over in 1619 to Jamestown. That's what led, despite all the compromises, we can go through them, many of you know them, we had to have a civil war to expiate the horrors of slavery. And the thing that bothers me as a judge and a lawyer, and I know it has to bother you, David, and all of us here, is the paradox of the vision and the promise of the Declaration of Independence, and how we can, despite whether you had to be British citizens like Stephen Douglas said, or it went from generation to generation on its all-inclusiveness, as Lincoln believed in the Lincoln-Douglas debates and so on, how we could have this promise of equality in the Declaration and still keep in bondage at the time of the Civil War 4 million black people. So I think that's a quandary that's still with us today, that we still have to confront. And I don't know, I mean, people still want to come to America, not just for economics, but for the vision and the promise I think that we have here, but we're failing. We're failing to deliver on Jefferson's promise in the Declaration. You?
Well, Frank, that's so provocative. The historical answer, of course, is that the slaveholders thought they were enabling the slaves to get to heaven by Christianizing them. Right? They were heathens in Africa, and they came to America, and they might have been in bondage, but at least they had the promise of eternal life. And you say it nowadays, and you cringe. That seems to me the sole explanation that can be said to have any resonance with the thinking of the people who enslaved the slaves.
I think what was so compelling about Stephen's work, especially in Approaching Fury, is that he allowed us to see into the minds of those who were trying to justify slavery. When he talks about Calhoun, the moral distress, the evolution of so many of the individuals that he writes about, it was not simplistic. It is engaging in the humanistic identification that's necessary to truly understand how we arrived at the Civil War, how we have arrived at this moment today, which is so similar to what happened then.
And the other thing, of course, is that the Confederates had a view of the Constitution as a contract. They said, we signed a contract, the contract gave us certain rights and privileges, and now the contract is being changed because the Supreme Court has said one thing, and the 1860 presidential election has said another thing. So we just want to stick with what we see as the better deal on the contract. So it was also a legal orientation as much as a religious one.
David?
Yeah, I'd like to try and see if we can discuss two different things going on in this dialectical discussion that we're having at this very moment, which is, and I'm going to reference Shelby Foote, of all people, because there's been a lot of controversy now looking back at what Shelby Foote actually said during the
But he
Ken Burns.
did like Abraham Lincoln.
Well, there you
as
go.
well as Nathan Bedford Forrest, two polar opposites.
Absolutely. So what Shelby Foote said is that the genius of America is compromise. And we've lost our ability to compromise, and Lynn has mentioned that a couple of times, and I couldn't agree more that we need to try and find room to compromise. And when Shelby Foote said, and he was criticized for this comment, when he said that the Civil War was a result of the failure of compromise, that was wrong. That was wrong, because like you just said, Chief Justice, there's no compromise in whether slavery was right or wrong, should expand or shouldn't expand. At the same time, we can't dismiss one of the greatest Americans ever, Abraham Lincoln, because in the Lincoln-Douglas debate, he didn't support the abolition of slavery. We can't dismiss Abraham Lincoln because he said to Horace Greeley that if it would preserve the Union, he wouldn't free a slave or he'd free all the slaves. Both those comments were wrong. They were morally wrong because you're right. And Shelby Foote was wrong. There's no compromise on slavery. But we have to have some humility here and recognize that lens we're looking through in 2022, maybe we wouldn't have had the insight. Maybe we wouldn't have had the courage to have taken a position in the Lincoln-Douglas debates different than Lincoln did.
But going back to Dr. Oates and his contributions, which were many, he could see this.
Mm-hmm.
He could see this paradox, many paradoxes. And that's why I think he was so anxious, so wanting to do it sooner, take the subject, deal with it, affect his students with it, the public with it, just as a way of bringing this conflict to light.
Well, that's exactly right, and that was this also amplifies Lynn's comments and David's about the public intellectual, is that everything was done so well, everything was researched so exactly, and everything was presented with such concision that the person who's reading it or listening to it could say, really, that fellow thought this, and that fellow thought that. And that's something that just we wouldn't even tolerate contemplating now. But this was a great strength of his, because he enabled the students to understand what was in the ideation of the persons in their lives. And then you can begin to assess and measure and gain perspective. And he didn't have, Playthell used this term this morning, special favor, special pleading. He was completely trustworthy because everything was done right. And that's it. This also goes back to what Lynn said. He said, because everything is expertly researched and conscientiously written and meticulously edited, there's a high degree of confidence in the quality.
I don't think anyone here would disagree with that. It's very hard to get a unanimous verdict. But I think we all have one for Dr. Oates, or we wouldn't be here, except those who should be here, as Greg pointed out, are not here, including those in this great university. So is there anything else you want to share before we take questions?
I just wanted to say very quickly that you talked about the word paradox. There's a former students in the room right now. That's the next panel. He used that word so often in class and tried to explain and work through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just want to say a bit about his contributions to teaching and why they matter today. I had a chance to talk to David, to Hugh, Carly, others who had the privilege of studying with him. And he instilled in students the skills necessary to thrive in work, citizenship, and life. The capacity to write, speak, and think with precision, coherence, and clarity, to listen critically and with understanding, to propose, construct, evaluate arguments, to anticipate and respond to objections. But it was that intellectual humility, the ability to speak across differences, the capacity to consider the possibility that some of one's most fundamentally held beliefs might actually be mistaken. That was a gift to his students. He helped them to discern the truth, but also to be mindful of the dangers of ideological filtering and why that is so important. He taught them how to bridge differences. But I think about him in relation to the Gallup-Purdue study, this extensive study that's been done over the past 4.5 decades of thousands of college graduates. And the study has shown that those who are most successful, those who thrive, and by success I mean they thrive in life, they find meaning and purpose in their work and in their lives, are those who had professors who did two things. One, they had a professor who cared about them as persons. And the second is that they had a professor who helped them to apply what they were learning year after year. He did both of those things. Every student that I've talked to who had him as a professor felt like they really mattered. And we heard this morning about the postcards, the invitation to send postcards. That's what all professors need to do today. Instill in students a sense that they really matter, to be a lifelong mentor, but also to make sure that they have the capacity to apply what they're learning in their lives in service to others.
Frank, I have...
Very good. Go ahead, Hugh.
I have
Please.
Another matter. The initial remarks concern content. But there was another thing that's as important, although it hurts, and that is, and that affects form and style. In this regard, Steve also contributed into the future as an artist. An artist's job is to show things to people and enable people to listen differently to things before there is widespread discernibility and consciousness about the matter. That's what an artist does. An artist creates a body of work that enables us to see things in ways that aren't discernible at the time we're seeing it. And this may seem harsh, but it's actually totally insightful. Steve really was one of the first people to pioneer the situation of being credibly accused of a wrongdoing in the absence of any competent inculpating evidence. So think about the world we live in now. I mean, if I want if I wanted to be, really terribly facetious or gratuitously mean or something like that, I could make a credible accusation that Elizabeth II killed the Princess of Wales. Right? I'm sure I could write something and some newspaper would pick it up or some TV show would put me on. Right? But there's no evidence.
I wouldn't let it in either.
Yeah.
As the judge.
Yeah.
Unless we have some more.
Yeah, but
probative evidence.
Yes.
I mean probative, not just fake news.
Right, but that's why we want to keep you busy in retirement doing mediation so we can fool around in the media. But it's palatable. I mean, you can get away with it. So, and Steve had this happen in 1990. So he was way ahead of the curve in terms of this emerging as something that we now take for granted. Thank you for indulging me, Steve, Judge.
Thank you. Anyone else,
Chief.
David and Lynn, before we take some questions from the floor? I hope there are questions. There is a mic. Can you stand?
Yes, I will.
Please.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
This is actually more of a comment, and it may be more germane for the next panel. But as Dr. Pasquarella said, Stephen also taught his students the skills about how to be successful at work, in life, but he also was training them to be public intellectuals. Those of us who have taken his biography seminar were biographers in training, from the practical sense of trying to make a living by publishing something that would appeal to a wider audience. But he also wanted his students to reach beyond the academy and have a larger voice and reach more people. And so in that sense, I think not only was he a public intellectual, or certainly not only was he a public intellectual, but he was training generations of students to be public intellectuals, to have a voice that would matter in public discourse beyond the academy. Anyway, thank you. It was a very interesting panel.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Can I just,
someone else?
I just want to add just a response. Thank you. Those comments are so important. And it does seem to me that he encouraged students to be innovators in their own lives, but he also rejected what's been so prevalent in the academy, and that is a system of ranking and sorting, and instead embraced the notion of excellence as a process. The fact that he allowed people to, write papers if they wanted to, he encouraged them to take responsibility for their education and to engage in authentic learning that is essential for success.
Right. And then the other element of this, David's been very, very cogent about this, complements Lynn's insight about moral imagination, moral courage, right? Moral courage, that's the toughest one. When everyone says you're wrong and you stick it out and you say, no, I've done my work the right way. I know my interpretation is salient and timely and prospective. And that Bobby Kennedy has that great quote about moral courage. It's the toughest of the lot. I mean, he was a real guy. I mean, he was really there.
Where's the Winston Churchill scholar in the room? I talked to him earlier, but you certainly know a lot about Winston Churchill. So what did he say about courage?
Well, it's the first of all virtues because all others depend upon it.
Exactly right. It's the quality from which all other good points in character come from. Anyone else? Yes, please. Wait for the mic, please.
Hugh and David, you both studied with Stephen, and he would dress up and come into class and play a role, and he would force you to empathize with a perspective you didn't hold, and which he didn't hold. And he would make you think about what it was like to live then, what it was like then, how do you grapple with the issues then? Well, we're living in a pretty interesting period right now. How do you think you would approach teaching what's going on today without the luxury of historical context?
Well, first of all, I appreciate and embrace, accept the premise that there was a performance aspect to Professor Oates' teaching. I've been teaching law school for 32 years, and one of the gifts I had no idea he gave me was how important it is to work really hard before class starts and put in those hours so that you can engage those students. I want to tell a story, don't worry, it's brief, that makes your point before I answer your question. So he came in one day as a slave owner and talked about going to the slave quarters. And he was talking about what, if we would put it in terms of what they were, would have been raping the slave women. That's what they were doing. They were raping them. And of course, he didn't use those words because he was in character as he was talking about this. And I wasn't privy to the conversation that happened with a few students later, but I was privy to the aftermath, because the next day he came in, evidently some students had gone to his office to complain that he wasn't reflecting revulsion about what is revolting. And what he did was he said, well, it is, and perhaps, I can't remember his exact words, but in essence it was, perhaps I should have made some prefatory comment before I did this, but would you have learned it so well? Would you have listened with that, what MacArthur called that thirsty ear, if I had given you the explanation first? So he had the courage to stand up and do things like that. And I expect that what he would do is that he would take examples from history, the history that he taught, and play the role of two people who were talking past each other, who are listening with their mouths and not their ears, and make us actually see it.
I would say Steve always struck me as a guy who was totally into his mind and into his body. He was very self-confident. I never, ever can recall a memory that would suggest that if he had studied something and had come to an assessment of it, that he second-guessed himself, absent some new fact. So I would say that if he were alive now and he was doing contemporary history now, he'd exact the same discipline he did when there is a body of documents. And he would only venture as far as he could venture with the available documents, and then he would be vigilant to the best the evidence enabled him to be, presenting the perspective of all the participants and all the antagonists and protagonists. And he'd be very upfront that we don't know this and we don't know that, but on the basis of what we do know, we can say this. So I guess we're the beneficiaries that he had all those records, right? Because then there's this rich storytelling that nourishes us. And if you think for a minute about the last two books are just sheer genius. The whole notion that it's an ongoing dialogue or trialogue or whatever the universe of people in each book is, I think there are 15 or 20 people in each book, all documented, and each with his or her own ideation of it. At the time that they learn of something new, Jefferson Davis, this stuff, Davis says, oh, what has Lincoln done now? This guy, this illegitimate leader is doing this to us. When I forget what particular moment it was in the war, when the things are beginning to fall apart, and from Davis's point of view, they won the battle, but they're losing the war. Sort of the reverse of de Gaulle. We lost the battle, but we haven't won the war. We've lost the battle, but we haven't lost the war. So that's my sense of him. He'd just stick to his pedagogical, intellectual guns, and he'd come forward as solidly as he could. And then we'd make up our minds. It's this brilliant thing about visibility and invisibility that was talked about this morning, right? Even though he's invisible, he's completely penetrated us because everything's done so well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, you. Please.
Yep. A couple of the words I've heard today, objectivity, humility, and above all, empathy, which Stephen embodied. And what you were just saying a second ago, brings to mind sanus mens and sano corpore. He was physically and mentally fit. But today, we've got to be reminded about that the study of history and things is to put yourself in other people's places. And that seems to be just so much missing right now. It's like when if you ever listen to New Year's Eve or Labor Day weekend, the greatest song ever. The greatest song ever was something that came out 3 years ago, of all time. And that's kind of what it is. And the example that David gave of coming in as the slave owner is a pretty scary thing, and you can have your head bitten off of that now without a trigger warning or what have you. I had taught a history class one time, and I said, you're the abolitionist up in Concord. You're the slave owner down here. You're the ship owner here who's got a cargo of slaves. How are you going to see things? And I don't have to say that this is right, this is wrong. People should be able to figure that out for themselves. I shouldn't have to endorse it. But that's the sort of thing where an objective and honest historian will look at what other people are thinking. There's very little irrationality out there. We always say somebody who doesn't agree with us, they're irrational. Anyway, that wasn't a question, I guess that was a thought.
Thank you very much, Sir Winston. You got that quote right, too.
The statement about the Lincoln and the Lincoln-Douglas debates, where he was willing to compromise, and in his first inaugural, where he's willing to compromise, and of course, the South made it impossible to compromise, and then he was faced with a choice: call for volunteers or let the South go. I'm going to put all four of you on the spot. Today, we are confronted with the question of when compromise is impossible. How do we know in the era of banning the word gay from Florida, 30% of the population believing the last election was stolen, et cetera, et cetera? When is the line crossed where compromise is no longer possible?
Well, your segue really is war. That's what the end game would be in your question, as good as it is. But I'll let the panel talk about it. I have my own thoughts. I think we all do. We don't want to just trash our democracy and republic over what's failing and what's wrong. We look for solutions. Yes? Lynn?
It's such a good question. I think a lot about moral distress for leaders and the extent to which they're coerced into making decisions they think are unethical, but they think they have no choice, and what it takes to engage in moral resilience, moral courage. For me, it comes down to human rights and human dignity. That's a place where we don't compromise when it is the violation of human dignity and human rights.
I think there's some recent literature on this, maybe even a documentary, but during World War II, there's a belief that President Roosevelt had some understanding of what was going on in the concentration camps and genocide. My father escaped the Holocaust at 4 from Eastern Europe and came to America, and so it's easy for me to say if that's true, that he had that information and didn't do anything, that's just black and white, and maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. So your question is such a great question, and the answer is so hard to know. I guess what I would say is I'll retreat behind not being able to talk about any political issue and make an overarching comment that I think that Lynn hit the sweet spot about human dignity, and that there has to be a line somewhere. But, geez, trying to find it as we're living our lives, not easy.
Well, my view is I think conciliation is really great. I'm all for conciliation. And I know that it's not attractive, but it's the best we've got if we want to adhere to the chief's goals of working within the structures we have. Now, there are individuals who don't like the structures, and they are emphatic that they don't want to conciliate. But conciliation seems to me the indispensable vehicle for us at this point in time.
Part of our problem is a lack of discernment among our fellow citizens. We've always been ornery, independent, even over boundary disputes, zoning hearings, etc. So I think we've got to start with an education, and that was Lincoln's policy. Even with free blacks, and there are many blacks today who are pro-Lincoln, but criticize him for insisting that blacks be educated before they receive all of the rights of citizenship, not just freedom. And we have to start somewhere. Can you imagine President Biden giving a televised address like President Carter did in the 70s over we've got to be nice to each other? He would be laughed off the stage in the temper of our times. So we've got to start somewhere to lead to that point of discernment that I consider so important to us.
I agree that is where we need to start, and that was Lincoln's policy, and it was also Professor Oates' legacy, was to educate. Little did I know in 1981, when I was sitting in his class, that his legacy was what will save us from the implications of your profound question.
Yeah, and it was also the case that he demonstrated the ways in which we are all embarked in a common human endeavor as opposed to individualistic ones that may occupy our time for a moment.
Very good. Well, let's thank our panel. Okay, thank you.
We are now coming to the third and final formal panel of today's symposium. And this one is a fitting segue into the memorial that will follow immediately afterwards, since it is on Professor Oates as a professor and a colleague. And to moderate the panel, I'm delighted to introduce my colleague, Joyce Berkman, Professor Emerita of the Department of History, and Adjunct Professor Emerita of Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies. Sorry, I just ran up from the basement, so catching my breath. Professor Berkman is one of the leading scholars and biographers of 20th century phenomenologist Edith Stein, Berkman's scholarship has also examined Olive Schreiner and the history of reproductive rights in the United States. There is a fuller biography in the program, so without further ado, my esteemed colleague emerita, Joyce Berkman.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience with the time problems. It's wonderful to see all of you here. And I do want to mention that this has been a long process for Hugh and Greg, from conception to now fruition. And the fruition is splendid, and the panels have been outstanding. And except for a major glitch at lunchtime, everything seems to be working out okay. But it was a lot of work that Hugh and Greg engaged in to make this all happen. And the history department was one partner. The other partner is Special Collections and University Archives. Where are you? Aaron Rubenstein, are you here? He deserves an applause wherever he is. There's the collaboration. So I want to express particular thanks, knowing, speaking of the evolution of things, the evolution of this event today, which took a good deal of time in planning and developing and collaborating. We have a large panel, and lest we stay till midnight, I had asked all of them just to speak, 5 to 10 minutes, and I gave them a kind of general framework, which they aren't obliged to follow, but which I thought would be useful, that goes something like this: how you came to know Stephen, a memorable experience or story, and what you perceive. And this came out in the last panel, kind of was a natural integration into this one, the pedagogical strengths, that is how he taught, that made him such a successful teacher and mentor for you, not only in classes, but in subsequent years, and his contribution to your career and life. So those were the guidelines, and people were encouraged to follow them, but not necessarily. And I think we're going to proceed actually from left to right. We'll climax here with David, and we'll begin with Helen Sheehy. And to save time, if you all have programs, I don't need to repeat the little biography in each of the programs. You can also you can find out who they are. They're impressive personal and professional biographies are right there in the program. So we'll skip that, and we'll just move on and begin right away. So Helen, if you would start.
Thank you, Joyce. It's such a pleasure to be here and to be surrounded by so many people who love Stephen. The biography group is here. We've been around for a couple of decades, so it's wonderful to see a lot of you there. So I met Stephen, well, first of all, in 1984, I worked as a dramaturg at the Hartford Stage Company. And when I was there, I met Leslie Staten, who's a UMass graduate, and she was just leaving to go to Spain on a Fulbright scholarship to work on a biography of Lorca. She told me about this amazing class taught by Professor Stephen Oates. But then she said, it's a year-long class, and you have to get in, you have to have a piece of fiction. And I said, oh. But luckily, another UMass graduate was at Hartford Stage Company, Constance Congdon, the budding playwright, not yet the famous Constance Congdon, she was just Connie Congdon then. So through Connie's help, I wrote a short story. That was my audition for Stephen. Later, I realized why he wanted to do that, because he taught biography using the techniques of fiction. So I met him, he accepted my short story, and I started the seminar. It was a year-long class. I drove up every Thursday from Hartford and back home to Hamden every Thursday, and I don't think I ever missed a class. I don't care what the weather was. Stephen never missed a class. It was the best class I've ever had in my life. It changed my life, because what I realized when I took the class, that Stephen was my people, and my people had always been theater people. We created a piece of work, a performance, and I realized that everything I had learned in theater was adaptable to biography, because concept of character, he taught concept of character. You have to keep your character center stage. To understand your character, you have to know all these details about the character. But Stephen also said that as a biographer, you're an artist on oath. So you have to use the facts, but just as you research a character, in acting a character, in researching a character for biography, you do exactly the same thing. So I just felt like I'd come home. I loved it. And I loved his passion. I loved, yes, his strutting, his theatricality. He was good looking. He was charming. He was funny as hell. The class was great. We just had the best time, and we worked really hard, and we read a lot of books, and we talked about it. But the other thing he did is and I'm from Oklahoma, and Steve's from Texas, and so we bonded over that because there was also a side to him that was incredibly practical. This wasn't some esoteric art. We could learn how to do this, and we did it. He showed us how to do it. He brought in his notes. He talked us through the process, through all the things we would have to do. But then the other part was also there, which was the inspiration, and he inspired us with his passion, just for creating this work. So sometimes you asked for a little anecdote, but sometimes I was caught up with the passion, and I remember writing a paper about Mary Wollstonecraft. I wrote a short profile of her, and I just loved her, first feminist. And Stephen, also, when he edited your papers, sometimes his comments would be almost as long as the paper. They were very useful comments. But anyway, I'm overwhelmed with this paper. I remember writing it. I was just, oh, yes, I'm so excited about this. And when I got to her death, I wrote, Mary's fierce will was finally stilled. I was so proud of that sentence. You know, it was alliterative, it was really good. Got my paper back from Stephen, and above that he had crossed out that sentence, and above it he had written, Mary died. It was brilliant. It was such a great lesson because I had done the work of getting us to that point, and then it was just, shut up. She died. Anyway, I never forgot that lesson. When I finished his course, actually before I finished his course, because he always said your subject taps you on the shoulder. Well, my subject tapped me on the shoulder at Hartford Stage was Margot Jones. She founded the regional theater movement, and an old stage manager I met there started telling me Margot stories. And then that's how she tapped me, and I was on my way, and I never went back to the theater, and I started my career as a biographer in 1985 through him. After he inspired me as a teacher, though, he became a colleague, and we worked in the biography group together. We read our work aloud. It was so helpful. But again, Practical Steve, he helped me get my first agent. When I called him bitching about my editor and how demanding she was, he told me to suck it up, that it was Canop, for God's sakes, that I should just, listen to her. So he was filled with all kinds of practical advice, but he was so much fun at parties. And one of the attributes that he had, he was always so happy for everybody else's success. He really was so generous and so giving, and every time I sit down to write, I thank him and I think of him because he really, actually, he made my life. He gave me this wonderful life as a writer. And thank you, Steve, wherever you are. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for listening.
There are several members of that biography.
They're
group
here, Harriet
yes,
and
so
Nikki and
Nikki and Harriet
and we miss Anne so much.
And Annie, who died. But
Sandra.
her husband is here with us, which helps a lot. So let us move on now to Jason Rubin.
Sure, please.
In the mid-1980s, I took 2 courses with Professor Oates, the Civil War era and American biography. When I think back on them, especially the Civil War era, which was held in a large lecture hall, I think of how very much it was like going to see theater. Not Ford's Theater, thankfully. Each class, I would take my seat and wait for the show to begin. On time, every time, the actor would take the stage, sharply attired in a 3-piece suit, meticulously prepared to deliver his lines. It was a one-man show, like Hal Holbrook as Mark Twain. But this was Stephen B. Oates, as narrator, as president, as Union general, as a young and defiant Confederate soldier. It was always a 5-star performance. I remember that Professor Oates would say he was glad that we were in a hall with no windows because he didn't want us looking out at 20th century Amherst. He wanted us to feel like we were on a muddy, bloody 19th century battlefield, and we were. It was always jarring to leave class and see all the people walking around completely oblivious to the sights and sounds and smells of the world that I had just left behind. I had read With Malice Toward None in high school, so I knew what a brilliant writer he was, but I was ill-prepared for how mesmerizing he was as a lecturer. And of course, what he did completely transcended the stagnant definition of lecture. I was riveted by every word he spoke, and when I would visit him during office hours, usually just to chat, he was always gracious and generous with his time and his thoughts. But there was one day, one class, that I will hold in my memory until the day I die. It was the class in which Abraham Lincoln would be assassinated. You see, I was born on Lincoln's birthday. Our greatest president has been my hero my entire life. His assassination isn't just history to me, it's more like a recurring nightmare. As a Lincoln nut, I have read about, heard about, and seen on screen his assassination countless times. Yet that class was the first and only time I truly felt that I was there. As Professor Oates started to set the scene for us, he said to the class, "Put down your pencils. You won't forget this." Suddenly the lecture hall was, yes, transformed into Ford's Theater. And Professor Oates masterfully led us into the sorrow and confusion of that moody, tearful night. When he was done, I was a wreck. I felt as though I had just witnessed this calamity firsthand, as if the murdered man had been an actual loved one, and that this event, this unimaginable tragedy, had only just occurred. All around me, classmates arose, gathered their things, and walked out the door. Professor Oates, as always, stayed to answer questions. I could neither move nor speak. I just sat there for several minutes until I noticed students starting to arrive for the next class taking place in that hall. Reluctantly, slowly, I stood up and walked out onto the campus. The sunlight burned my eyes and dried my tears. I felt out of place and I struggled to resume my day. After graduation, I remained in touch with Professor Oates for a number of years, though sadly I never went to visit him. I didn't want to disturb him. I wasn't sure his invitations were sincere or whether he was just being kind. But as we conversed over the years, he asked me once why I never called him by his first name. I always addressed him as Professor Oates, though he wanted me to call him Stephen. I could never do Steve like you. I said I wasn't comfortable being that familiar with him. So he said if I insisted on using an honorific, I should say Dr. Oates instead of Professor Oates. Again, I demurred. Doctor, I said, refers to your own level of achievement, while professor defines our relationship to each other. And it was a very important relationship for me. I suppose I managed to call him Stephen at least a couple times before we fell out of touch. But I am here today because of what an outstanding professor he was. And in that capacity, he inspired me more than any other person I've ever met in my life. For me, he was a role model in terms of being a writer of exceptional talent, a teacher who made learning an act of high adventure, and a man of impeccable, dare I say, unimpeachable integrity. I am here today to pay my respects and to say thank you. So, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Jason. Jennifer?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Braceras, and I met Professor Oates, I think it was the fall of 1988, probably my senior year in college when I took a Civil War class. I was not a history major. I was not particularly interested in the Civil War. I thought it was going to be a boring class about battles. And my father said that if he was going to contribute to my education, that I had to take 2 classes before I graduated, one on the American Revolution and one on the Civil War, or he wouldn't be paying. So that is why I took Professor Oates' course, and I'm really glad my father made me do that, because it was the best class that I took at UMass. And immediately within the first week or two, I was completely hooked. It wasn't at all about, I mean, it was somewhat about battles, but I realized it was about people. And I was so interested that I went to him, and hearing Hugh talk, he must have said the same thing in my class, that you could write an extra paper if you wanted to. I didn't remember that, but he must have, because I did go to him and ask, I said I was part of the Honors College, and could I write an extra paper and maybe set up an honors colloquium? And he said, of course, which he didn't have to do. He was busy enough. He didn't need to take on, meeting with a student once a week and giving extra readings and helping her write an academic paper. It's probably a headache that he didn't need, but he undertook it willingly. And, I think at a big university where professors are often focused on their graduate students, you don't necessarily get that type of academic mentorship. And it was a gift. And I noticed that Justice Lowy said, I think it's even in the program in his remarks, that when he was a student, even though he did well, he didn't necessarily feel academically confident. And when I read that, it just struck me because I was the exact same way. I got into UMass by the skin of my teeth. I did well once I was here, but I didn't necessarily felt that it came naturally to me. I thought that the smart kids were the ones who had all the answers. And I think Professor Oates taught me that the best students are the ones who ask the most questions. And he gave me the confidence to realize that I could go on to graduate school, in my case law school. He wrote my recommendation, and at the time, I don't know if UMass still does this, but maybe it was part of the honors program, or maybe just because it's such a large school, you could have your professors write you a recommendation at the end of the course, and then they would be kept on file, so that if you went to graduate school years later, you could draw on these recommendations because it's a big school and maybe the professor doesn't remember you that well 5 years out or what have you. So I sort of collected these recommendations from professors and courses that I had done well in and liked, and I worked for a few years, and then when I went to apply to law school, they were accessible to me, and I could see what they had written at that point and choose which ones to use. And most of the recommendations, and even from my employer and stuff, they were very long-winded, and they, sort of went on and on about why they thought this person would make a good law student. And his recommendation was 3 sentences, and it was the best recommendation I could have ever asked for. I'm sure that is why I got into Harvard Law School, actually. And I've always been eternally grateful, and I have always told my kids that I went to Harvard Law School because of Stephen Oates. And one thing, I was looking at that book over there that has a bunch of letters from students that I guess was presented to him upon his retirement. And the one that struck me was the one that started off, "My professor." And it said how that's how the writer always thought of him, as my professor. And it's so true, because my kids would always say, before we would watch the Ken Burns things, "Mom, there's your professor." Or they'd see his book in the store, "Mom, your professor." Because I think that's the way his students thought of him, like he was ours. And we were so honored to have learned from him everything that we did, not just really about the Civil War, but about how to be a student and a scholar. And I think, this has been touched on today, but I think it bears repeating that I think the most important lesson that he taught me was not necessarily about the Civil War, but about how to interact with other people. Professor Oates taught his students not to judge people solely on the basis of their public personas or their political perspectives, but to try to understand even our adversaries as people, to learn about their lives, to try to understand how their backgrounds and experiences might have shaped their opinions and their actions, and most importantly, to empathize and to approach even the biggest problems with malice toward none. And that is what has helped me, I think, most in my life, and what I think his legacy is to me today, and how I think we can best approach our political context today with that approach. So, thank you, Professor Oates.
Thank you, Jennifer, though I think we're all itching to know what those 3 sentences were.
Yeah.
Maybe later you'll share that. Carl Anderson, thanks.
Hey, everybody. I do need to also repeat what's been said many times today to Hugh and Greg for putting this together, and Kenda and Stephanie for their support here, and to Brian and Joyce for opening UMass to us today. Coming back here has been wild because it doesn't look the same. It doesn't. Today, the focus started in the back of the room, as it naturally should have, although with that fabulous collection of books. But I want to point where Jennifer pointed. It has evolved from moving there to the front of the room, to that book with the students writing their letters to Professor Oates, and I had forgotten about that. I was working with him at the time when he received it. And you all have to go and spend some time with that book, because you're going to understand Stephen in a different way than you possibly can from reading his work or seeing him on the Civil War, because he was a man who touched hundreds of thousands of people at a remove, but he impacted lives in a tectonic fashion that changed outcomes that you will not believe until you walk over there and leaf through those pages. So, Stephen would have just, shucks, this thing, if he knew it was going to happen, But he would be so incredibly happy to see all of you here today, and colleagues and friends and students talking about the importance of what he was teaching all of us and how he changed our lives. So his presence here today is felt by all of us, and I'm probably going to follow in a very proud tradition of men crying on this stage that Blaythel and Judge have set before me. And Greg, you can follow us later when it's your turn. I met Stephen in 1996. I was a junior here. I had just returned from the Antarctic. I had done work with the National Science Foundation on an icebreaker, studying geophysics, and I came back, and I had learned a lot. It was illuminating. And one thing I learned is that I did not want to be a geophysicist. So I had the opportunity to study history, and I was lucky enough to find myself in Stephen's class. And I was at a crossroads in life. I was rudderless. I didn't know where I was going or what I was doing or which end was up. I had a job as an assistant to the secretaries in the history department. And I had a job as a janitor at Franklin Dining Common. And I was 20 years old. And, by the way, this is at a time when UMass did not have the #1 food of any university in the country. If you had told us then that was going to be the case, for us that were mopping up off the floor of Franklin Dining Common what was indiscernible from what was on the plates of Franklin Dining Common, we would have said, oh, wow, there's going to be drones that deliver packages to your house. Wow, that's wild. Tell me more about 2022. Donald Trump was president? Okay, come on, really? Oh, all right. UMass has the #1 food of any university in the country. Oh no, okay, now I know you're just screwing me. That's enough. So since I was an upperclassman, I was able to get into the class that we all had to fight to get into. You know, at this point in time, this is the end of his career. This is a 500 student auditorium, and there's still waiting lists. But I got in, and well, I'm going to say something else that's been said over and over again. It changed my life. It totally changed the course of my life. It provided me with a sense of direction. That direction was 100 miles an hour straight towards Stephen. And as you probably won't be surprised, given my conduct earlier today, I raised my hand every class. I had something to say every class, and I was going to talk to Stephen every class, and I made sure he knew who I was. And halfway through the semester, I went to his office hours, and I said, you know, I'd love to be your research assistant. And he said, well, that's very nice, Carl. But, you know, I don't have undergraduate research assistants. I've got a master's degree candidate, and I've got a PhD candidate, 2 master's degree candidates working for me right now, and I don't have my research budget is totally occupied, you know, but thank you so much for coming to see me. And I said, okay, well, how about this? Hire me, don't pay me. Just let me work for you for free. And if you like me, then you can keep me on. And if you don't, you can tell me to look for something else to do. You know, and very luckily for me, I got one of the 2 most important yeses of my life. The other being, in a tremendous moment of weakness, my unbelievable wife, for some reason, accepting me to be her life partner. So Stephen took me up on my offer, except he didn't pay me out of his school budget. He paid me out of his pocket, and he didn't need to do that. Long story short, following that summer, there were no PhDs, there were no master's degree students. There was me and Stephen for the next 4+ years. And he retired, and we worked together on, I started with, you know, he was doing The Approaching Fury, and all I did there was reading the galley proofs and proofreading, and then moved on, and Whirlwind to War, which was, man, you can't imagine how that parted my hair working on that thing. That was just like insanity. And then when it came time to do, I think it was the 5th edition of his textbook, Portrait of America, he had gotten to the point of confidence in me where he gave me assignments, find articles on this, write the preface, write the questions, and he gave me so much autonomy that he made me feel like I could actually do this stuff. All that through that time, I was also, you know, driving him to doctor's appointments because his back had gotten to a place where he was not able to teach anymore. At the end of our working time together, he was entrusting me with sensitive legal documents and financial materials, and shared with me his retirement plans and portfolio. And I mean, can you imagine that someone like Stephen Oates not only taking you under his wing, but opening everything to you? And it was my first glimpse of the world of finance. I'd never bought a stock or a bond, and you know, there's no way my life goes where it goes without the exposure he gave me to these things. And he shared everything with me. He gave me relationship advice, and there's a lot of people that have spoken to him today, so let me say thank you, boss, because I narrowly dodged that bullet. Shared with me the ups and downs of his career, instilling me that life is not just a straight upward trajectory of unrelenting excellence and joy, that there are challenges, there's pain along that path, and it's how you react under those stresses, at those times, and how you show loyalty to the people who are there for you and who care for you and love you, and how you never, ever, ever forget that. And the kindness you show when you're under pressure, that set you apart. Now, Stephen had more than his share of heartbreak and pain in his life. You all know that, but he remained upbeat. He never gave up, despite debilitating pain. He worked hard every day. He wrote letters. He picked up the phone. He called people. He stayed in touch with the people that mattered. People like Jason, who, all of us here. And he never forgot that he was a kid from Pampa, Texas. He never got too big for his britches. He never acted like the magnificent, televised man that he was. He just always had time for a smile for people. Over the 4 years together, we grew from employer to employee, to student and mentor, and terrific lifelong friends for more than 20 years. And I was lucky enough to fly out and visit him in Amherst and, you know, watch movies on his huge screen TV. If those of you that know that Stephen was a movie fan like you've never seen, and would watch Patriots games. And I made him watch some Red Sox games, and he hated the Red Sox. He was a big Yankees fan. And we stayed in touch. And he always cheered me on in my career. And he always wanted to know what my kids were doing, to see videos of my son playing soccer. And that's not normal, that someone takes that time for 20 years to watch you and build you. Everyone talks about those books, but he wasn't a pebble making ripples in a pond. Stephen's impact on people was, it was outcome determining. He put people on vectors so they could get where they needed to go when they didn't even know that was a direction they wanted to head in. That kind of impact shaped my life, shaped my views, shapes the values I try to instill in my children.
Thank you. Well, next we move to Carly I. Freddie. What a spectrum, wonderful spectrum of student experiences during class, post-class. These are remarkable stories. Carly.
He's saving his tears, so just watch. I also want to thank Greg and Hugh for including me. I really appreciate it. But I also want to express my thanks because I'm here not just to Professor Oates, but generally to the professors that I had while I was here in the mid-90s in the legal studies and the women's studies and political science departments, because the education that I got here really pushed me towards my career in workers' rights and practicing employment discrimination. And the teachers in those departments really helped form an important part of my belief system and what motivates me today in my work. And I think that's really says something about the education that we all were able to receive here at UMass Amherst at a time when it wasn't the UMass Amherst of 2022, it was the UMass Amherst that many of you remember of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So I appreciate that. So let me start with the real reason I'm sitting here. I actually blame my husband, which is something, you know, I frequently do, and his roommate, Andrew. I'd like to explain what I mean. I met my husband here in 1994 at the Hampshire, DC, eating a meal, which is also something that he frequently does, and probably spent most of today in a DC on campus, enjoying the best food that we didn't get back then. But let's just say he wasn't the strongest student. And so when he picked classes, he would encourage me, who might have been a little bit more studious, to take the class with him. And I'm not saying anything about academic dishonesty. I'm just saying it was a lot easier for him to manage if he wasn't alone. And so that's how I ended up taking Kennedy's through film, which is what we called it, because of Greg and his roommate Andrew. And they made me take the class. That's essentially what happened. They made me take the class so that they would do well. And as a point of reference, Andrew actually gave me one of the books from the class before I came up here that he's still holding on to. He has probably all of them. So I have a prop. We used to use these things called books as college students, not so much anymore. So I want to tell you a little bit of something about this class because it truly was special. I did not take the Civil War class, and this I think was probably a later development for Professor Oates, but I want you to just think about the setting in terms of we don't have cell phones as students, we don't have laptops. We are in a big lecture hall. We're talking about hundreds of students, as you've heard. This class was taught in the late afternoon, like 2:30 to 5. And so when Greg says we're going to take this class about watching movies in the late afternoon in, I think, Mahar Hall, which seemed a lot bigger then, but I went by this morning, it seems tiny. I'm thinking this is going to attract students who just want to sit in a dark lecture hall in the afternoon and watch movies and sleep. That might have been why Greg and Andrew chose the class. It was the farthest thing from what took place, and that is because of who Professor Oates was as a teacher, as you all know. And I can show you and talk to you a little bit what I mean with my second prop, which I got from Greg Oates, which is a 20-page syllabus from 1994. Did I mention it's 20 pages? Like 20 pages of single space. And I'm an adjunct law professor, which is like a nobody. I could not spend this much time on a syllabus, but he did. And so I'd like to just talk to you quickly about what was covered because the class was so unique. We went from Joe Kennedy all the way through the post-Vietnam War era. A tremendous amount of material was covered, and it was done through so many different characters. I mean, we had Marilyn Monroe, we had it all. And he portrayed those characters personally through his presentation and also through the material. And again, as a teacher, sometimes it's mind-blowing to think, how could he cover all this material in terms of the depth and the study into each character and also be writing all those books? We didn't know that, or I didn't know that. I was not a history major. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know he was writing those books. I can't imagine that he was able to do that and to teach us. Another observation is how he did it. So this class was unique because it was taught through film, which is way ahead of his time in terms of most professors did not use any kind of media, right? And we weren't in high school watching, you know, a science film strip or something like this. So he took the movies, important parts of movies, some of them larger parts, and it's what he calls in the syllabus as I'm going to teach you how to read the movie like it is a text. And so it's intertwined with the reading material. It's reading material before the movie, after the movie, another movie, a piece of a movie, all intertwined as if it's really one course with one source of reading material, if you know what I'm saying, which is very unique and earth-shattering, if you will. So another takeaway from the class related to one of the major themes, which was the question of character. That was at least one of the books that we used. And the question was whether we should judge a presidency by the character of the man, because we were studying JFK. And I just think, I read it today, I'm thinking, this is so applicable even to today, but when you read it, this is in the syllabus, and he's telling us what the class is going to be about. The question of character in the study of history is complex, troublesome, and relative. As you ponder the problem, try to decide how you think the figures of the past should be judged. Would you agree with your instructor that they should all be treated with sympathy, understanding, and charity? And I just think that's sort of how he did it. He taught us the characters, and he explained to us sort of the negatives in terms of the character of those people, but then we talked very thoughtfully about essentially whether we should judge them by that. And he really infused, I think, empathy into it. He taught us empathy. One comment he makes in the syllabus, it brings alive his personality, is when he's talking about LBJ, and he says, your instructor, by the way, is a native Texan and is tired of books and films that blame the Vietnam fiasco entirely on this flawed and memorable man. So it's like, okay, this is what we're doing here. The last thing I want to point out from the class, not in conclusion, but just the last lesson I want to point out, is really about who he was. This syllabus includes, well, let me back up. Most of you have heard the term UMass. That is sort of the rep, right? The rep that UMass had back before I became a student, but was very much alive when I became a student. UMass was not what it was today in terms of admission standards or the buildings that you see. And listen to what he put in the syllabus for us as students to read in just one of his history classes. And I don't know if this is something he included in every class, but he writes, "One more thing. Please come to class with your heads held high. You are students at an outstanding university, one that boasts an excellent library, a talented, internationally acclaimed faculty, and more than 100,000 alumni. The alumni include heads of corporations, college presidents, university professors, city mayors, U.S. congressmen, famous movie stars, prominent novelists, award-winning teachers, and successful engineers, architects, lawyers, and doctors. So forget the hateful UMass tag. You are first-class students at a first-class school, and we will treat you that way." And so I'll leave you with that. His students, like me, had a great fortune of learning from a renowned biographer, a nationally recognized scholar in his field, a person who wanted to teach what he loved, but most importantly, it was coming from a person who made sure that he was teaching his students empathy, and most importantly, the value of ourselves before we go out into the world and do what we do. And I think one thing I read, and I don't know if I remember this or I read it, but I do remember at the end of the class, he got a standing ovation from hundreds of students who were not sleeping. So.
One of the features of all of the speakers that I picked up, and I'm sure you've picked up others, is that Stephen epitomized the meaning of a liberal arts education. You're training habits of mind, habits of imagination, habits of character, more than necessarily the content. That the content will relate to those kinds of habits and capacities, and that's the real art of a liberal arts professor. Move now to a colleague of his and of mine, whom I greatly esteem, David Glassford.
So before I start, I just want to make a quick comment on what Carly just said, because I was aware of this paragraph speech that he would give to his classes about being proud to be attending UMass. And that's the one thing from his teaching, since I can't possibly be as dramatic or as enthralling as he was. But that's the one thing that stuck with me, and I try to make sure to communicate that to my students as well, because I think it's an important message, particularly in public university. Well, I'm going to start. So C-SPAN's gone, right? Because even though the people who know me describe me as gossip impaired, I'm actually about to dish right now. So Steve and I were colleagues for only 11 years. I arrived in '86, he retired in '97. And to be honest, we didn't have a whole lot of interaction beyond exchanging pleasantries in the hallway that we shared. Our offices were across from each other. Joyce's office was actually also in that hall. And she knew Steve a lot longer, so might have some other stories. But in the fall of 1990, when Ken Burns' Civil War film aired, I asked Steve to discuss the film informally with a group of graduate students and colleagues, and he graciously agreed to do that. So I bought a case of beer, some snacks, and we all talked about the film on a late Friday afternoon in Herder 601. It was a really lively discussion. I appreciated Steve sharing his perspective as both a Civil War historian who's interested in writing for a popular audience, and also, of course, as an insider, because he was one of Ken Burns's advisors and an on-screen presence. Then, a few months later, in January of 1991, I heard Burns speak at Hampshire College, and I got the idea that I wanted to write about the popular response to the film based on the letters that Burns received. So I wrote to Burns and asked if he would be willing to allow me to visit him in Walpole, New Hampshire, and read his mail in response to the series, which was lying around his studio in boxes. He did have an administrative assistant who was typing the return addresses into a database to generate form letter thank you notes to the people who wrote to him. And I later learned that Time Life Books actually helped to pay for this assistant in return for getting the addresses for its marketing efforts. Anyway, for whatever reason, Burns agreed to my request, and along with a grad research assistant, I was off to Walpole, New Hampshire. I gave a paper based on this research at an academic conference back in May of 1991, and I ultimately published a revised and updated version of that as a chapter of my Sense of History book several years later, which, if you're interested, we can go into that at a way different point. But today's about Steve, not about me. So all I'll say about it is that it was based on the letters. I developed a statistical portrait that focused on the film that the viewers saw versus the one that Burns made. Anyway, so while I was doing this research, which would have been in the spring of '91, Steve and I had several conversations about the film. During one, Steve told me that Burns had originally shot a great deal of footage for possible use in a final episode on Reconstruction. I wrote to Burns to ask about this, and if it were true, how far along was the episode before the idea was abandoned? I mentioned that Steve had told me about this footage and had speculated that Burns had omitted the Reconstruction section because of time constraints. This wasn't entirely true. What Steve had actually told me was the reason the Reconstruction episode was abandoned was that Shelby Foote, Burns's go-to on-camera presence throughout the series, had spewed such racist garbage about Reconstruction that it would have undermined his credibility as an eyewitness earlier in the series. Now, perhaps Steve wouldn't have said something like that to a student, but he was okay saying it to a colleague. And actually, following up on that, based on my reading of published interviews with Shelby Foote before and after the series aired, Foote's later and unwavering spirited defense of keeping Confederate monuments in place, a position he maintained until he died in 2005. And actually, within the Civil War film itself, Burns' lengthy recounting of Nathan Bedford Forrest's virtues, I have every reason to believe that Steve was right. I want to make it very clear that Steve had empathy for historical figures, but he also had a moral compass. Viewing the film now in the context of Charlottesville, it's hard not to see Burns tacitly, if not overtly accommodating, if not endorsing, Foote's belief that there were good people on both sides. Now, Burns did reply to my inquiry, stating kind of predictably that it was enough to tell Americans about the war itself and let another filmmaker tell the story of its aftermath. By that point, in June of 1991, Burns's film had come under considerable attack from academic historians, and his guard was definitely up, much higher than when I first approached him in January and did my research at his home and studio in the early spring. So what this long anecdote says about Steve as a colleague and as a person is that he clearly had a strong moral repugnance to the myth of the lost cause, possibly rooted in his growing up in the South. We never talked about that, but definitely triggered by Shelby Foote's extensive on-screen airtime. I could never footnote my conversations with Steve about the film in what I published, but it definitely gave me an important lead to follow, and it influenced what I wrote. Now, I'll leave it to others here who knew Steve better whether I have this right, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, David. So this is the time for you to ask questions or to share reflections and stories. If I were Erin and curator of as director of Special Collections University Archives, I'd want to hear everybody's stories as a form of oral history as to their experience with Stephen Oates. But we won't be able to go around with a mic to every one of you, but if any of you would like to share any stories, particularly stories that may differ, I mean, it's okay if they corroborate what has also already been said, but of a different perspective or a different angle on what your life was like as a result of working with Stephen, or if you have any questions you would like to ask any of the panelists, this is the time, and we invite you to do that. There's a hand right over here. Hughes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I have a question about vector inflection.
I told you I was a bad physicist.
How do you do vector inflection?
Vector inflection, is that the question you're asking, Hugh? That's those words?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what they mean.
No, but Carl was really quite eloquent that, and Carly corroborates this, Jason, everybody. It wasn't just a pedagogy, it was an inflection of a vector about how I'm...
Is this something about the way he acted, the way he spoke?
What he taught them. He inflected the vectors of their lives. So my question is, how do you do that?
That's something I hope to find out. I know a person very well who does it. My wife has mentored 30 young women and men over the last 20 years, and helped one of them get into college and then into law school and then write speeches and get elected to office. Some people, and my father-in-law is another one of them, Stuart Shorenstein. Some people care more about other people than themselves and are more interested in what other people can do than themselves and about their own agenda, and take the time and care to foster and fuel abilities that one doesn't see in oneself, and to give confidence that one can when one doesn't even know that that's an option. I can't speak for anyone else, but I didn't have a clue what I was doing when I met Stephen. All I knew is that I had to get close to that guy. And I didn't know all of that. I didn't know what was going on the back table. I didn't know about the Civil War series. I just got to that class and he just blew up like a bomb in my brain, and I was like, I have to talk to this guy every day.
But there's a skill. There's also a skill. That's the thing that makes him different from somebody else. You can master the material, but there's got to be a skill to get to that student, to get to Carl. I don't know what it is, Hugh, but there's a skill.
Alchemy.
There's some kind of way you do it that sets you apart from another person. And when you're not doing it, you know it, right? If you're teaching the class and no one's with you, you know you don't have the skill that day. But, he had the personality and some skill on top of just the delivery of the, it's what the justice said. It was, if you come in like a rock star and you're just capturing people.
Does anyone know, could anyone specify that skill who had him? to know, add to flesh it out, Harriet.
He was a superb discussion leader. Oh, thank you. I didn't take any of his, large undergraduate lecture classes, just graduate classes, but I remember, Helen, we were in the same biography class, and the way he could move a discussion along and distill what students were saying and excite and galvanize, where people were so eager to respond. I don't know, it was almost like running a marathon with him. He just was an absolutely superb discussion leader, and maybe that's part of it, that his excitement just galvanized other people's excitement.
He was a wonderful listener. Yes. He really was. He didn't talk a lot. I remember. He just listened.
Yes, there's several people. Okay, Michael, and then there's someone over there on the right, and
Very briefly, to answer the question of how it does this inflection, my wife took his biography course in '81, changed her life completely. And what he did most for her was positive reinforcement. She writes a paper, and then in leading the discussion about the paper, he makes it clear, not just to everybody else, but to her, hey, you've got a skill, young lady. That was the beginning of a lifetime of writing. And I think that's part of it. It's not just discussion leadership, but also being able to encourage a student, you really have something, you can do this. And I think that was one of the great things that Stephen was able to do.
Thank you. And there's, Connie had one, but there's this gentleman over here on the right first.
I had Dr. Oates for 2 classes, and I think what it was is a genuine love of people. I mean, a real genuine enjoyment of other humans. And he brought humanity to history. And it wasn't words and books. It wasn't dead people and books. He brought the people to life. He brought the person out. And he also loved the people in his class. And I think it was a passion for his art. And that may be why he's a biographer. I mean, he just loved people and everything about them. And I think that resonated with so many of us.
Thank you. Let's see, Connie, you wanted to say something over there, yeah.
I never took a class with Stephen, but that doesn't mean he wasn't my teacher. I went to a sort of party, and I think it was one of Helen's books we were celebrating, and she'd written 3, okay, not 4. And Michael brought his guitar, and we made up this song of "Take a Day Off, Helen, and Leave Some Room for Us." And we were just having a great time, and there was a lot of alcohol. And Stephen got a little loaded, and then we started talking about the theater, and people who don't do it can kind of idolize it. And he got sort of melancholy. He was also on these painkillers that were giving him an allergic reaction. So he had to go get gauze and wrap up his arms because he was getting hives. But he was not leaving. And this actually brings me to something I think is true about Stephen. Regardless of how prepared he was, he lived in the moment. He was in this moment and then this moment. And there was no place he would rather be. And at one point, he was feeling a little like, I guess, like, who are biographers? And believe me, no one in the room was asking that question, but we were telling theater stories, and they're a lot more entertaining to tell than they are to live. And then he started getting teary, and he said, but the one thing we do is we make people live. We make them come alive again, and I'll never forget it. I mean, I got Helen with that, but it was so touching, and that's what made me think, no wonder he's a good actor, because he lives in the moment. So actors prepare this much and go on stage and they live in the moment. And Stephen was more prepared than anybody, and he goes into the classroom. It's the only place he wants to be, and the only moment he wanted was the one he was having with you. It was just irresistible.
Thank you. I think you caught maybe very much what you were trying to get at in terms of the special genius he had in the art of teaching.
Joyce, can I
yeah.
add something?
Yes, Jason.
Yeah, I'd like to just expound on some of what I was saying about him as a role model. Yeah, Carl, I envy your personal and professional relationship with him, the closeness. You know, I would go see him almost every class in his office. We didn't discuss existential questions. He didn't give me life advice or dating advice, which I really could have used back then. But for me, you know, we would just like talk Lincoln, you know, just as if we were two people who were talking about a mutual friend who wasn't there. But for me, it was just like the force of his personality. He taught me lessons without teaching me lessons. He just did his business, and I gleaned the lessons. You know, I mean, I don't dress as well as he does, but, you know, about being prepared, you know, being distinguished, taking your work seriously. And, you know, when those spurious charges were levied against him, you know, what did he do? He didn't leave a bad review on Yelp for his accusers. He wrote out a very cogent, detailed defense of himself. You know, it wasn't, you know, he didn't engage in a mudslinging thing like would happen today. He just, you know, with his dignity and integrity intact, he just answered the charges. And, you know, when I think of him, I just, you know, I don't want to say he was like a guru or something, but I was just like, yes, this is like you said, this is someone I want to spend time with. This is someone I want to be near. And my brain doesn't work as well as it used to, but I honestly believe, because my colleagues know, whenever they write my name without my middle initial, I get really annoyed, because this is my professional name. And I'm pretty sure I did that because of Stephen B. Oates.
Thank you. Yes, Catherine.
I'm so glad that you brought this particular issue up about his dignity in the face of what we all face as biographers. We're writing about individuals, and most of us are writing about people who've been written about before, although a lot of us seek out people who are forgotten or neglected. But at the same time, as historians, we're building on the previous work. Everyone is building on that previous work. And so there's almost no way possible for me to believe a lot of the charges levied and then his very dignified response. But I can say one of the problems I have in the field, I was alluding earlier in my comments to the camps and the battles, et cetera, is that if that particular individual who takes it upon themselves to become gatekeeper and guardian is not in any way ostracized or silenced, I promise you the monstrosity just grows. And I feel that we all need to say that his courage was great in the face, and I'm sorry that I was so young and inexperienced that I didn't know that if you don't start standing up to the bullies, they will just scare people out of the field. You know, I just was recently at a conference where someone stood up and made some comments, and people were really frightened by it. And his bravery, I think, to keep going and do a whirlwind and a fury that you worked on during that period must have been, you know, in some ways a redemption to say he's going to keep bringing people alive, he's going to keep borning history in a beautiful way. And I hope we all remember that he did face down his own demons and some of us know who that demon is. And, you know, there were many, but I'm just trying to say that we need to think about that in our field, that the dignity and bravery is something that I also thought was exemplary. And I'm glad you brought it up so that I can at least speak my piece there. So the only thing I can do is to continue to, you know, prohibit people who go around slandering and libeling, especially after we've had needless investigations that a lot of us have been through in order to clear one's name. But it is, nevertheless, they always print the scandal on the first page and the retraction on the
later on.
Yes, so, but
I
anyway.
think it would be very interesting to have Stephen created a situation, a scene, a dramatic scene, in which he would have someone speak the words of his accusers so that we'd understand what is really implicit, the envy, the competitive feelings, but to speak it so that then when he responds or has someone playing the part of his responding, we would get the drama and the moral courage palpably in a way. We all know it kind of cognitively. We've watched it do it. I think it would have been very interesting to create a scene of that.
Sounds to me like he was such a good performer.
Yeah. There's another hand over here.
This is pretty much the first mention of those horrible plagiarism charges. And I'm glad it was brought up because I need people to know I was his friend and I heard it. Stephen was a very, very sensitive man.
Yes.
And those charges hurt him terribly. I felt his pain. He cried. He deeply was upset and remembered the hurt that these charges caused him. I totally believe that his back problems worsened as a result of the enormous stress that he felt having to defend himself against idiotic people who, for their own personal gain, would charge him simply because he said Lincoln was too tall or was 6'5" or something idiotic like that that can be made in any textbook or any biography of Lincoln. I think it helped shorten his life, and I feel his pain.
Thank you. We have time for one more question or one more person's recollection. It's Bethany.
Could I say one thing about
Oh, yeah,
that?
please, and then we'll
So,
take Bethany.
Stephen had these files of note cards for his research, and I lived in that downstairs room with him for 4 years, and you cannot imagine. It was like an ocean of information gathering he did. And when you talk to 10 people to get a story, you're going to hear certain words that sound interesting, and they stay in the back of your mind. And when for years you're writing about something and researching something, you have a couple words that keep popping up in your mind. You're going to put a couple words together that sound like a couple other words. I mean, you can't write that many books with the kind of information that he was gathering without putting a couple words together. We're like monkeys and infinite keyboards. It's going to happen.
Thank you. Bethany wanted to say something.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I don't want to be the last comment because I don't have anything particularly earth-shattering to say, but I wanted to. I was here with my friend. We both had Stephen. I'm part of the sort of mid-90s crew. I was in class with you, Carl. We had a few moments together that clearly you don't remember, but we'll talk about that
later. And what was Stephen's advice about that?
So they were purely academic moments. No concern there. So let me just, so my small story. I have a great many people at UMass to thank for bringing me down the path of my life, the vector of my future. And Stephen's sort of, the moment that I remember most with him is that I had a fairly unorthodox childhood, which is a funny way to put it, because I was raised by fundamentalist Christians in sort of a very deeply conservative environment and rejected it wholeheartedly. But that involved me dropping out of high school and sort of showing up at UMass when you could get into UMass with a year and a half of high school. Unprepared to, I had my GED and I sort of came in and I was really, I struggled a bit. I had started out as an English student. I came into the history department, actually thanks to Joyce Berkman. I took Steve's class, and at some point we ended up having a conversation, and I shared with him that I had had a limited amount of high school, and he said, "What were you doing?" And I said, "I was wandering in the wilderness." And he said, "Oh, are you a Christian?" And I said, "No, but I was raised by born-again Christians." And he said, "This is really going to help you. This is going to help you understand how people felt when that was the environment that they were steeped in." And he got really excited about the idea that I could be a spectacular historian because of the weird childhood that I had survived. And I think this goes back to this whole idea of him having such empathy. I have no idea whether he really believed that I was going to be a spectacular historian. I have not become a spectacular historian. I am a slightly above average museum director. But I remember feeling that feeling of I didn't know who I was, I didn't know what I was going to do, I didn't know where I was going, and he gave me this feeling that whatever baggage I was carrying, I could use it to move forward and to be the person that I was supposed to be. And I will never forget him saying that, your upbringing makes pathways in your brain that you can use to understand other people's experience. And I took that with me for my whole life. So thank you for letting me share that.
That sounds like a spectacular note to end the official proceedings on. So let me give a warm thanks to Professor Berkman and to the panelists. As well as to the Harold Holzer for his keynote and the panelists in the morning and the first afternoon session. This has been a really fantastic event commemorating the public persona as a teacher, as a professor, as a public intellectual, and as a biographer and historian of Stephen Oates. We're now going to have a short transition to the memorial part, and I'll be handing the floor over to Stephen's son, Greg, for the rest of the proceedings. So those of you who are personal friends, family members, or feel like you would like to stay for that part, you're welcome to do so. But don't feel obliged if your connection with Professor Oates was primarily an intellectual connection as a reader. Do what you wish. And if you have not signed the guest book, it's downstairs. You can do so on the way out. There are still some refreshments, and there's going to be a short slide and musical show as we transition. So thank you all. This has been a real pleasure. On behalf of Special Collections and University Archives and Department of History and the College of Humanities and Fine Arts, I thank you for coming.
I think we're just going to keep that picture of Dad on while we finish the day. Wow, I don't know about you, I'm wiped. My goodness, what a day. I am so thrilled with how this turned out. I'm Greg Oates, by the way, Stephen's son, for those of you who might not know. I have a lot of thank yous that I want to get to first. I want to thank the university's significant engagement first and heartfelt support for this exceptional event. A very special thank you to Brian Ogilvie and Aaron Rubenstein for their enthusiastic support from the moment I first proposed the idea of a tribute like this to honor my father. So thank you, Aaron. Brian, I think, has just left, so. Oh, thank you, Brian. Sorry, I missed you. Thank you. I also just want to thank the university community members who contributed to the event: Amy Fleig, Stephanie Austin, Leslie Shaler, Leah Marie Suarez Orozco, who is the manager here. Leah, you're a superstar. Julie Martell, Bethany Morissette, Jessica Johnson. I am deeply grateful to my prodigious panel moderators, Gretchen Garzina, the chief, Frank Williams, Joyce Berkman, for their encouragement, guidance, and leadership. A tremendous thank you to the incomparable Harold Holzer for a stirring keynote. Thank you. At this point, too, I want to acknowledge, just right now, Harold's and Frank's long, steadfast support of my father and his work, especially during some challenging times in the 90s, which we've already touched on today. Your belief in his scholarship constantly affirmed, your loyalty never flinched. Thank you. To all my wonderful panelists, wow, I'm just blown away. What a day. Your thoughtful and passionate words about my dad and his work will be forever cherished. Hugh Donahue, where are you? To the best co-pilot ever. We pulled this off, buddy. I could not have imagined, developed, organized this consequential day without you. My gratitude is eternal. To my wife, Kenda, wherever she is, she's right there. Hey, honey, you make everything possible, including an event like this. I just want to tell you a little bit, as I feel like as gatekeeper now of my dad's seminal work, just want to make some announcements. All of the major titles have recently been produced as audiobooks. We've touched on this, and all are available on all major audio platforms. Listening to these books cultivates an even deeper appreciation of my dad's masterful prose and enriches his belief in biography as literature, as these towering figures in American history spring to life through the voices of these dynamic performers. They're all highly entertaining listens. And I'm especially fond of Let the Trumpet Sound audiobook, narrated by the spectacular Carrie Height. I'm also happy to share that To Purge This Land with Blood, his groundbreaking 1970 biography of John Brown, is back in print with a stunning new edition and cover put out by Echo Point Publishing in Brattleboro, Vermont. You should check it out. It's a beautiful book. I'm really happy that it's back in print. And I'm also working on getting The Man and the Artist, his undervalued and absorbing biography of William Faulkner, back in print. Unfortunately, it is out of print at the moment. I'm also carrying the Stephen B. Oates torch, so to speak, through my own initiatives, a screenplay based on the fires of Jubilee, Nat Turner's Fierce Rebellion, and a scripted TV series based on A Woman of Valor, Clara Barton, and the Civil War. Productions, hopefully, that will enable new generations to access my father's living legacies. I'm also exploring the idea of a limited series or docudrama, or possibly even an epic Broadway musical based on the approaching fury and the whirlwind of war, his first-person narratives on the momentous events from 1820 to 1861 that led us to civil war, and then the prosecution of the war itself, told from the viewpoints of multiple principal players in the dramas, which we've already talked about quite a bit. As far as the future goes, I'm hoping to explore the possibility of the university creating an endowed Stephen B. Oates scholarship I'm also contemplating the idea of establishing a Stephen B. Oates Foundation that would be dedicated to presenting educational and creative programming that honors, extends, and scales my father's renowned scholarship and literary excellence. And then finally, I just want to say, too, that I'm thrilled that the Stephen B. Oates papers will be housed at special collections and university archives here. It is truly the perfect home for Dad's archives. All right, and then I want to share with you guys some comments about my father as dad. So my father and his young family arrived in Amherst in August of 1968, a most turbulent year in American history. We came from Arlington, Texas, where he was an adjunct instructor at the University of Texas at Arlington. And later, as I got older, I constantly thanked him for moving me out of Texas. The winter of 68-69 here in Amherst was a severe one, with record snowfall, a massive climate adjustment for my dad, a native Texan. He liked to tell a story. He liked to tell stories a lot. About one day that winter, he was outside with me. I was a toddler, and I was waddling around on a gigantic snowbank when I suddenly disappeared, swallowed by the snow, and he raced over and frantically dug me out of the snow, saving my life, scaring him to death. I remember him saying it was such a harrowing experience that he was ready to pack up and head back to Texas the next day. He did not go back to Texas, thank God. Suffice to say, Dad never warmed to winters in New England, but he warmed to the university community here, and he warmed to teaching its students. It was a 30-year labor of love, and he stayed in Amherst for the rest of his life. So when I was a young kid, I began to realize I wasn't the only person in the world who thought my dad was cool when my friends started telling me, hey, you know, your dad's really cool. He always drove a cool car throughout his life and wore cool clothes. He definitely seemed way cooler than all the other dads. He played with me and my friends, wiffle ball, indoor Nerf basketball, frisbee, pool. Yep, we had a pool table. I mean, that's pretty cool. He talked to my friends, unlike most dads back then, and he seemed genuinely interested in them because he was. He listened. He was accessible. And he did this with my friends his entire life because he cared. He cared deeply about people. He also loved watching football. He liked the Dallas Cowboys until some kid named Brady took control of the Patriots in 2001. But his true love was Longhorn football, the University of Texas, his alma mater. Dad was a rabid UT football fan. So in the 70s, before cable, there were only a few college games televised each week. A few Texas games, because they were a powerhouse program, were nationally televised every year. Texas versus Oklahoma, Texas versus Texas A&M. And let me tell you, these were enormous events in our house. See, during the games, Dad would work himself into a frenzy, yelling and screaming and swearing at the TV and disparaging the opposing teams with such robust, impish glee that his behavior soon became legendary amongst my friends. Every single one begging me to invite them to the house when Texas was on TV so they could watch my dad watch the game. So great. Before computers, and these are just some random memories I'd like to share with you guys. Before computers, Dad would keep his developing manuscripts in the freezer. This fascinated me. I thought, wow, if there's a fire, he might lose me or my sister or himself, but he won't lose the manuscript. In 1977, I proudly remember watching on a little black and white TV my dad's interview with Tom Brokaw on the Today Show. Dad speaking so confidently about his book, With Malice Toward None on Lincoln. A pretty cool reason to arrive late to elementary school. When I was a kid, Dad would prepare and rehearse classroom lectures at home. And man, he got into it. Often to Civil War music, sometimes even battle music with thundering cannon and crackling musket fire, which terrified my poor little sister, but captivated me. Lecture highlights for me as a kid included Gettysburg because of the battle and the noise was great, and Lincoln's assassination. So see, I never took Dad's class. I was an undergrad here and a history major. And we decided that I would not take his classes, but I always told him, I was like, Dad, I've been taking your classes since I was 5 years old. My parents divorced when my sister and I were quite young. We lived with our mother during the week in various Western Mass towns, but we saw my dad every weekend. He never missed a weekend, driving to pick us up every Friday, then driving us back on Sunday. And during the weekends, he devoted all his time to us, playing with us, laughing with us, taking us places. We were constantly doing things together. I don't ever recall him working while we were with him. And this was a man with a demanding career, a distinguished career, an incredibly prolific writer, a hardworking professor, 2 distinguished careers, really, who never worked on weekends. Later, as an adult, I used to tease him. I'm like, dude, I swear to God, there must have been 2 of you back then. Really, how did you do that? In 1982, when I was a teenager, my dad won the Robert F. Kennedy Book Award for Let the Trumpet Sound. The bust is right over there. We flew down to D.C., took a limo out to Hickory Hill, the Kennedy Mansion in Virginia, for an intimate luncheon with many members of the Kennedy family and distinguished VIPs. Dad was showered with well-earned reverence and praise. Ted Kennedy presented the award to him, and Dad's acceptance speech was eloquent and moving. After the ceremony, Ethel Kennedy gave us a private tour of the family room, the walls adorned with extraordinary family photographs, Ethel sharing an intimate anecdote about nearly every single one. The family was gracious, unpretentious, warm. It was truly a career high point for Dad, and it was an honor for my sister and me to share that magical moment with him. I never saw him happier. My tie was saved from an embarrassing lunch encounter with my vichyssoise soup by the actor Albert Finney's wife, who was sitting next to me, but that's another story. He was loving, fun, dedicated, and a very present father. He was compassionate, empathetic, silly, generous, not inappropriately naughty. He was relentlessly supportive. He always encouraged me to express my point of view, always had my back. He was principled, fair, exceptionally intelligent. He spoke passionately about important things to me, and even when I was a kid, he would do this. The civil rights movement, Lincoln's legacy, the significance of MLK and JFK and RFK, the writings of Faulkner and Hemingway. He was an expert on all things to me. My sister once said when describing my dad, well, there goes the expert. He was distinguished, successful. I could go on and on and on. He wrote about transformative figures in American history, and he transformed lives in the classroom and beyond. He was my hero. He became my best friend as he fostered and nourished my love of history, politics, literature, movies, the theater, sports, the written word, the spoken word, as we comforted and bolstered each other during difficult times, as we celebrated the good times, rejoiced in the births of my children, and in my becoming a father and him a grandfather, a cool grandfather, naturally. So from here, I want to turn it over to my dad and read a letter he wrote to my oldest son, Stefan, his first grandson, a few days after Stefan was born. I do want to tell you, unfortunately, all the grandkids, Stefan, Alex, Henrik, Ben, and step-grandchildren Amanda and Zach, are not able to be here today, but they do send their love and warmest thoughts. So here's the letter he wrote to Stefan. See if I could see it. It's small text. I'll raise this. Is that better? Oh, yep, I'm back. My dear grandson, this is written, and you know what I noticed? And it touched me. This was written August 20th, 1991, and Dad died August 20th of 2021. So it says, Dear grandson, I am honored that you have chosen to be born into our two families. Though physically far apart, we are bound together in our sharing of you, our newest born. You have selected great parents, for they are caring, compassionate, and intelligent, and their love for you will last throughout your lifetime. And you can count on that love being there always, as constant and stable as the four directions. You can count on our love too, on the strength and support of two great families whose history is now your history, and whose future is your future. Well, Stefan, I'm an aging man, and I think more and more in such ways. For your birth, the sacred circle of the generations comes around again. I myself am a microcosm of that circle. I am a grandson, a son, a father, and now a grandfather, just like my father and grandfathers before me. Perhaps if all goes well, Greg someday will be like me, and you will be like him, and the circle will continue. Yes, this is heady stuff, much too much for a young fellow to think about in only his first few days in the world, but one day you will read this and you will understand. Dear grandson, there is so much I want to say to you. The two of us will have a special relationship, just as will you and your maternal grandfather. I look forward to telling you stories and sharing in your adventures. In you, I can be the boy again that I once was. And in your dad, I can be a dad again. For me, it will be a sort of double reincarnation. I will take special delight in seeing you and Greg play catch with a baseball in a front yard somewhere, throw a frisbee together in a park, shoot baskets in a fierce contest of horse or 21, toss a football back and forth on a snowy road, cast a line into a trout stream glistening in the sun, talk about history and movies around the table, and do all the other things he and I did together when he was a boy. We will have many good talks too, you and I. We can walk back over old footsteps, stroll through old memories, browse through old photographs, and remember those who have gone before us. Yes, Stefan, we will have many talks together in that special way of granddad and grandson. Until then, enjoy your new life, your new parents and maternal grandparents. I shall count the days when I can hold you up with pride and call you grandpal and tell you in person how much you mean to me. with my special love, Grandfather Stephen. So, to conclude, I want to share a passage, and we've kind of heard a version of this, not quite this, from a piece that Dad wrote called How the Trumpet Came to Sound, which he presented at Baylor University in conjunction with the 1990 Charles Edmondson Historical Lecture. And I read this and was just profoundly moved by it. For me, life writing has been a high and priceless adventure. The experience of resurrecting my subject has convinced me that the people of the past have never died. They are still alive back there in the other dimension of time called history. What is required to bring them forward? Like the character Ray Kinsella in the recent motion picture, we start by creating a field of dreams. Isn't that what the idea of biography really is? Then we offer the people of history compassion and understanding, the qualities we all want from our fellow human beings. And then, if all goes well, they step forward out of the mist. I love you, Dad. And I hope to see you again when I join you in the mist. Whew. I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to call up some people who have contacted me to read scripted observations about my dad. So I'll sort of MC this. And do we have a microphone? You can either come up to the lectern. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I'm sorry. We're going to do videos next. Right. So I have a few people that recorded some, who could not attend, that recorded some video messages. I only have 3, so it won't be too long. And then I'll call up speakers to speak.
Hello to all. As sad as I am about our mutual loss, I'm honored to join with all of you, albeit remotely, to salute a kind soul, a brilliant mind, and a peerless best buddy, Steve Oates. So, you know that feeling of deep immersion, of being there that you get from powerful, compelling plays or movies? You find yourself transfixed, sometimes transformed, and even maybe transported to a time and place of the film's setting. That happened to me, and probably many of you, whenever Steve the Professor spoke. And have you ever laughed your ass off to the point where full permanent paralysis became a distinct possibility? That was Steve the Friend. I'm UMass alum David Nellis, and unless memory fails, and that's a possibility, I had and have the honor of being the first of what I know to be many collegiate Steve Oates acolytes, UMass history students who just couldn't get enough of his teachings. I met Steve in 1968 on the very first day of my sophomore year and the very first day of his first class taught at UMass, American History 150. He opened his mouth and boom, history came alive in a way it never had before, and that was it. I switched majors the next day, enlisted him as my academic advisor the day after, and immersed in the Civil War Reconstruction periods totally and completely with him from that moment all the way through writing and publishing my master's thesis 5 years later. I latched onto Steve like a remora latches onto a shark. I took every course he had, soaked up every word he said, read everything he wrote, and recommended and took every individual study course he or I could conjure up so that I could stay at his side. Along the way, we became great buddies, lifelong friends. He stood with me as the best man at the first of my many weddings. That's another story. And I stood with him at the times when he celebrated life, life celebrated him, and sometimes when life gave him a kick in the butt. He was smart, sharp, righteous, and an amazing writer, a truly devoted mentor and friend, and so very, very funny, especially when he was high. Greg and Stephanie, I'm sorry, yes, he was sometimes high. So not long ago, the Chicago Museum of History hosted a very cool Lincoln exhibit, and after touring it, I ended up in the gift shop where among all the tchotchkes were fabulous t-shirts that positioned one of our greatest presidents, number 16, against the recent disaster that was number 45. There was a t-shirt there that read, "I miss Abe." I bought it for Steve, brought it to him in Amherst not long before he died. Stephanie took a photo of him in that, and it's one of my all-time favorites for all sorts of reasons. I miss Abe too, but I miss Steve more. May his memory be a blessing. So I want to send much love to Greg and Stephanie and the rest of the family, and heartfelt thanks to the university for scheduling this event and for the opportunity to participate. Thank you.
You tell me what.
Go for it.
Hello, I'm Diane Miller-Levin, and this is my husband, John Levin, and we wanted to send a greeting in memory of the incredible Stephen Oates, who we were fortunate enough to know his beautiful talent and his great humanity. I had the privilege, along with his son Greg, of adapting Stephen's book, A Woman of Valor, about Clara Barton. And one of my favorite things about adapting this into a screenplay was getting to hear the process of Stephen writing the book. And the thing that stuck with me the most is he made such an impression on me when he said every time he had a hard truth to tell and wasn't quite sure about the point of view, Clara would show up. There'd be a tap at the window, or his computer would crash, or there'd be a presence that he couldn't deny. And she always gave him the point of view of the hard truth and the just truth. And I think that really sums up who he is. He was just a man of such integrity who lived history and taught history as the best way to understand ourselves and to move forward in the future on a more just, kinder road for all of us. So I want to say what I learned from Stephen was to look at all points of view, and for that I am eternally grateful, and I thank him and I bless Stephen for all the time that he spent with me in showing me the history of things, the humanity of things, and the future of what can be. Love you, Stephen.
Stephen was a truth seeker. And one of the great things about writing books, writing historical books, is that truth stays forever. We live in very strange times. We live in times when the truth is a commodity that's not respected by everyone. But Stephen wanted to find the authenticity of the people that he wrote about, the authenticity of the places that he wrote about, and this truth will last forever. It was in the smallest details that the biggest truths would exist for Stephen. And I think that one of the great aspects of his life was that he was a teacher. And he taught people to go out and seek the truth. And that is a ripple effect of teaching, and it's a ripple effect of being an author, because every time that you read something that inspires you, every time you went to a classroom that Stephen, was presided over, you were inspired. And so I hope that this weekend of honoring Stephen is an inspiration for everyone to go out and to find the truth, to tell the stories forever.
We send all our love to the Oates family, and we thank you so much for letting us be a part of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's my agent out in LA on the right, John Levin, so let's hope he can make a movie or two out of what I'm doing. And then I have one more video.
Hi, I'm David Starzyk. Just wanted to say that, first of all, I'm honored to even be asked to say a few words about Stephen Oates. He was my friend for a very long time. He was very kind to me. He was one of the most brilliant men I've ever met in my life, and I have a funny story about him, although he's not really in the story physically. It was the first time in my life, I'm not a name dropper, but I live in Hollywood and I've worked with a lot of people, but I don't really drop names. I was at a party and I mentioned Stephen Oates, and there was someone at the party who was a few feet away from me who overheard what I said and walked over and said, "Did you just say Stephen Oates?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Stephen Oates, the historian, Stephen Oates, the writer?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "You know him?" And I said, "Yeah, he's an old friend of mine." And he was like, "Oh my God." And he went over and got somebody else from the party to come over and asked me all kinds of questions about Stephen. Was I one of the students? How long did I know him? What kind of man was he? They were big fans, you know, and of course, I mean, anyone who's read his work is a big fan. And it just kind of tickled me that in the midst of all of this, on the other side of the country, I mentioned his name and got all these accolades for it. He was my friend. He was a good man. Always good to me, always kind to me, always fun. I hope he's resting in peace, and I love that family. So, yep, that's my story, and okay, thank you.
So David is a friend of mine. He did not have Dad here at the university. But again, this is an example of what I said about how deeply he touched really everybody, you know, in my friends, and made impacts on them. So not just as a professor and as a teacher on students, but also so many other people, really people, whoever he met, right? There was an impact. He cared, he was interested. So I want to turn it over then to the people who have expressed to me their desire to share some words with Dad. Helen, do you want to go first? Do you want to come up here? Or is there a microphone that, so, you sure? Okay.
The August 20th connection. I'm going to be reading a tribute from my pal Leslie Staten. The one, she's so sorry she can't be here. She's researching biography right now. Not a biography. She's researching I'm not sure what it is. It's creative nonfiction. It's about her slaveholding family of Georgia called Being Scarlet, and she's at an event called Coming to the Table, which is kind of what we're doing for Stephen right now. Anyway, here's what Leslie wanted me to read. If anyone can arrange a session with the departed, it's Stephen Oates. So I hope you're with us here today, Stephen. If you are, let me thank you again for changing my life, not just modifying it, but changing it. When I applied to graduate school in the early 1980s, I wanted to study creative writing, but I didn't write fiction or poetry, and those were pretty much the only available options for an MFA back then. So I went into theater and came to UMass, where I heard about this amazing history professor who taught biography. I signed up, and the seminar, as I've said, changed my life. Long before the term became commonplace, Stephen taught creative nonfiction. That's the MFA program I wanted in the 80s but couldn't find. On the first day of his seminar, he hauled out his boxes of notes, his outlines and drafts, and talked us through the business of creating biography, how to do research, how to take notes, how to conjure lives and settings and scenes from raw fact. He told us how he communed with his subjects, channeling Lincoln, King, and Turner as he stood in his living room preparing to write. It was weird and funny, and I wanted the same experience. I'd never had a teacher like Stephen Oates, and still haven't. More than anything, he inspired us to believe that we could do what he had done. It's no coincidence that so many of his former students, many of you are here today, went on to publish books, essays, magazine articles. Stephen showed us the way. He let us know time and again that we could do it too. Education doesn't get better than that. I stayed in touch with Stephen for the next 30-something years. He continued through words and by example to encourage, nudge, inspire, teach. When I eventually went into the classroom myself to teach, he was my model. He never became cynical, not even when it seemed the world was conspiring to make him into a cynic. He held on to his reverence for the craft even after illness kept him from writing. He believed there was nothing more important, more glorious than the moment you set the outline aside and go upstairs to your desk and start to write. I'd like to think that's why he's not in the room with us now.
He's off somewhere writing, bringing the dead back to life again, as we're trying to do here, with so much admiration and love and gratitude. Thank you. Oh.
Brian, did I have it printed too? Would you like to read that? Okay.
So I am here on behalf of the History Department, both to pass on regrets from my colleagues Audrey Altstadt and Jerry McFarland for not being able to be here. But I'm going to read a statement from Professor Emeritus Ron Story, who also can't be here due to health. And I'm not going to try to imitate his accent. Ron, like Stephen, was from Texas, and as another colleague once told me, those Texans hang together. So they were good friends. Ron writes, Steve Oates was a dear friend, a valued colleague, an accomplished teacher, and a distinguished historian, a master biographer of Lincoln, Martin Luther King, John Brown, Nat Turner, Clara Barton, and others, and a fine and original craftsman, as his astonishing Voices of the Storm volume on the Civil War indicate. Every Oates book was fully researched, skillfully organized, and clearly written. Every book reflected the three principles of his scholarly life: that the Civil War was America's crucible, that violence and death have constantly haunted us, and that race was and is our agony. Every book reflected Steve's passionate faith that history matters, that writing and teaching history to as many people as possible matters, because in the end it can help inform and inspire us to become a better people. Bless him for possessing such faith and acting on it. I will miss him terribly.
Joyce.
Looks like some of us are channeling other people. The idea of channeling was something that I talked about with Stephen on occasion. But first I want to read the person I'm channeling, and that's John Bracey. I don't know if there's anyone here who doesn't know who John is, but John is really one of the great faculty members of this institution, whose African American history work is legendary, who was chair of the department for many, many years, who has an extraordinary sense of humor, but I gather he's not feeling very well. And as a result, I've been asked to read what he wrote. And this is the letter he wrote to Greg Oates to tell him that he could not attend. Your father and I had a wonderfully complex relationship. We would have the vigorous public debates about various aspects of his scholarship that too many branded as antagonists. Known to few were his important efforts in combating the racist views of some of the older members of his department, who had not yet come to terms with the realities of the post-Brown world. I think I still have copies of communications with Stephen's name redacted in the papers I am in the process of donating to special collections in the Du Bois Library. It'll be quite a collection. I helped your father minimize potential conflicts with members of the Black communities on campus and beyond. In brief, I considered Stephen Oates a friend and an ally in the struggles to make a better world. His life and work bear witness to this. You should be proud to have him as a father. And John's very moving letter reminds us of how Stephen reached out to other departments on campus. I remember having a lunch with him with a couple faculty from the linguistics department with whom he had formed comradeship, shared interest in language and words. And so when we talk about the ripple effect of a public intellectual, we have to think about him in terms of this broader interdisciplinary landscape of his life and work. Karen Smith cannot be here today either. She's well, however, I'm happy to report. But I have an apology, and if this is being streamed, Karen, I think your remarks fell on the floor in the car, and I don't have them with me. I did read them yesterday, and Karen was one of the research assistants or associates, like Carl, with Stephen Oates. She talks about that. She talks about some memorable experiences in the process of working with him, and she attributes to him the fact that she became a biographer, that she became a historian, that she practiced history as a professor in Kansas, and to this day deeply values him. So I'm sorry, Karen. I will have to write you a profuse apology when I get home. I wanted to say a few things about Stephen myself. One of the aspects of his brilliance as a biographer is how he literally, physically embodied the characters, not just in the acting that some of you have talked about, but when he wrote about Clara Barton, he talked about her using an enema every day. And it comes through in the context of writing about the specific nature of the anguish of the soldiers. What she was doing daily to stay healthy hardly compared with the pain and the suffering that he details, the limb of the body, the organ. This is truth-seeking, and I was so grateful to Jan and Levin's remarks about how Stephen was committed to finding and telling the truth and using documents meticulously to do that. The empathy that people spoke about was a visceral, physical empathy he no doubt experienced by having a complicated physical life himself, and whatever else was part of his youth and adolescence. He could connect both on an emotional and on a mental, but also on a physical level, a whole relationship with whoever he was reincarnating or hallucinating at any given point or dreaming about. As he often used to tell me, he would wake up in the middle of the night dreaming about one of the people he was writing about. Stephen was the first male member of my department to be enthusiastic about my venturing into women's history and becoming a historian of women's lives, for which I will always be grateful. I did not have a ground full of support. People considered it a passing fad. Not Stephen. Stephen understood the importance of gender as he understood the importance of race and the importance of social class, which hasn't been spoken about too much, and had this embracing, inclusive view that is so at one now with notions of social justice, the rainbow, inclusivity. I see him, if I can imagine, we could all sort of for a moment imagine him now before us talking about the social justice issues that our country is encountering. He was an outsider in the department. He had a lot of trouble with some of his colleagues. I'm not going to venture into all the reasons why, but as a result, since I was something of an outsider as well, and his office was right across the hall from mine, we shared a bond, a kind of rapport together of understanding where we were in the department and the importance of the work we were doing. So I will leave that there. I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I do want to say one comment about empathy. I've worked on the concept and the philosophy for many, many years, and I've always been haunted by Vicki Spellman's critique of it. She's a brilliant philosopher, and she said, in most cases, empathy is simply the projection of one's own subjectivity onto the character you're working on. That you aren't really recreating the other character, you're creating yourself in the other character, the identification you are having, not who that other character is, and that it's a false arrogance to think that you can empathize. And I don't think it was until I heard Ethel Fugard speak at a conference at Smith College that I was able to feel a little more comfortable, because I do believe and have a confidence and that discourse on uncertainty and distrust that we heard about this morning, I do have a confidence in the capacity of people to empathize. Ethel Fugard said, sure, I'm a white South African playwright, and many of my subjects are black, but we have an obligation and a responsibility, if you will, as human beings to try to get outside our own skin and to experience as best we can. We may not gather more than a portion of that reality, most maybe 50%, but it's the effort and the importance and the drama of doing that that will give us some approach to something we call truth about another person. And I think about that with Stephen. He was a self-critical empathizer because he used documents, he checked himself, and his imagination, he didn't just make it an indiscriminate flow, he actually had it grounded in the actual facts of the time. So have enormous admiration, and of course we miss him greatly.
Thank you, Joyce, and to Brian for reading Ron Story's remarks. Is Paul Ellis Graham still here? Come on up, Paul.
You know, I grew up in Pittsfield, which is 50 miles west of Amherst, and when I was a student, I always had to drive back and forth over the mountains in bad weather and all sorts of other things. But it was always a treat to come to UMass after I went to community college, and just really, of all the places I went and learned to study history, as I kind of implied with Brian that this was by far my favorite place to learn. I loved history ever since I was a boy. Whether it was hearing my family share stories about themselves or their ancestors, or watching movies with them in our living room on a rented 16mm projector. I became fascinated with the Civil War in general, and Abraham Lincoln in particular. As a senior in high school, I set my career goal on teaching history, social studies, a career that put me in the classroom for 38 years. By far, the biggest influence on my professional training and time spent teaching history was Stephen. I enjoyed my experience with him here at UMass those many years ago. I took his undergraduate course in the fall of '74, and I took his course on the history of the West in the spring of '75, the year I got my BA. Then I came back while I was teaching full-time and earned my master's degree, where I took Stephen's Civil War seminar. As we've already said, Stephen's lectures were truly inspirational. They exhibited an infectious enthusiasm along with a mastery of the subject matter. When it came to his biographies on John Brown and Abraham Lincoln, my personal favorite, Nat Turner and MLK, as we've already, I think, implied today, he left us with indelible images of remarkable Americans seeking to address important national issues during very turbulent times, an approach that is especially important to us now 50 years later. In person, Stephen was engaging, friendly, and supportive. We maintained a lifelong friendship for close to 50 years. I reached out to him every day on Lincoln's birthday to check on his well-being, especially given his chronic physical disability, to talk about history and our mutual love of movies. In addition to my teaching career, I became active in two organizations that were directly related to the topic that Stephen had written about so effectively, Abraham Lincoln. I joined the Lincoln Group of New York as a member some 25 years ago, and now serve as its president for the second time. At that time, in 2009, I was happy to bring then President Joe Guerrera to the university, where we gave Stephen a Lifetime Achievement Award for his work. For the last 10 years, I've been a member of the Lincoln Forum in Gettysburg, where I now serve on its advisory board with our what I call my two older brothers here, Harold and Frank. It's Catherine Clinton, who also spoke here, is a part of the advisory board as well, and they all spoke and did such a wonderful job talking about Stephen's legacy. Just before the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, I came to Amherst to visit Steve and Stephanie at his home. We reminisced about our days at UMass, new approaches to teaching history, and the state of current affairs in the United States. And my last voicemail of him is still on my phone as he ranted and raved about Donald Trump for reasons we all know. Why overstate the obvious? He thanked me personally for speaking out, both at the time when I served on the involvement in the Lincoln Group of New York, and defended him against the plagiarism charges, which I regarded as personally and spitefully motivated. You never know where you're going to come across a reference to somebody that you know and somebody that you know well, and that was Stephen. Now, I spend my retirement time during the winter because I had a horrible accident tearing my patella tendon slipping on ice. I said, I'm done with winter. I winter in Savannah, Georgia from January to April. Now, my wife and I own a condo, and I had to repair my shelves, and I'm like, okay, I got to get the wood for it. Well, I got the wood. The trouble is I don't have a handsaw or a table to use to cut the wood. So I've got to find a person that can now owns a saw, that owns a circular saw that can cut these for me. The hardware store wouldn't do it. I get a name. The guy lives down the road from me on Wilmington Island, and I go to his house, and I talk to him. And I said, we were talking about things, and he saw my car, and he said, oh, you have a UMass sticker. I said, yeah. He said, well, I went to UMass also. I said, really? He said, yeah, I majored in science. And I said, did you take any history? Oh, yeah, I had Steve Oates. Who knew? Who the heck knew that I'd meet a fellow UMass graduate, graduated several years after I did, but who took Stephen's course, who was not a history major. And we've heard that story over and over and over again. My favorite recent photo of him, which was taken by Stephanie, shows him wearing the t-shirt, which I deem so appropriate for these times, that read, I miss Abe. I miss Abe too, Stephen, and I miss you. In his Lincoln biography, With Malice Toward None, he wrote the following inscription, as only he could, that I will forever cherish. For Paul, with affection and fond memories of those bygone days when you fought the Civil War and took wagons west with me at the University of Massachusetts. May you rest in peace, my dear friend.
Thank you, Paul. Carrie's going to come and say something. And everyone, we only have a few more minutes left.
Well, I'll be very, very brief. Hello, I'm Carrie Height. I was introduced to Stephen B. in October of 2020 via an audition I received from Blackstone Audio for Let the Trumpet Sound. And I had read a lot about Martin Luther King Jr. at this point, so I didn't really think there was anything else I could add to it until I read the audition script, and it started from his childhood, information that just wasn't out there in other books about his life. So I was interested, auditioned. I didn't hear anything for several weeks, so I just moved on, accepted other projects until about mid-November, I get word that I get it. Now, listening-wise, it is a 23-hour book, which means I would need to spend almost 50 hours in the booth, and I had about a week and a half to get it done, but I accepted anyway. And as I've heard earlier, when you read one of his books, it's just more than just reading words. You feel like you're connected to whomever you're reading, and I felt like I was more than just a narrator, that I was a passenger right alongside MLK throughout his life. So when it got to the part where he was assassinated, I couldn't even read it for a while because I felt like I was losing a friend of mine. And during this time, Greg and I connected because he thanked me for narrating the book. He hadn't even heard it yet, but for taking on the assignment. And then we just connected, and I felt a connection to his father through him and how we've connected. And we started talking about more of his works, which have been great, and I've started getting into over time. And so this is actually the first time that Greg and I have met each other in person, you know, due to the pandemic. So I just felt like this was a great opportunity to pay respect to his father and then obviously carry on his name through our friendship. And that's it.
All right, Nikki, can you get through? Okay.
I'm Nikki Lloyd Kimbrell. I am part of the Amherst Biography group, part of the early wave. In 1979, 1980, Stephen vetted non-history majors who wanted to take his biography grad seminar, or maybe he just vetted English majors, which is what I was. Anyway, he let me in because he found my idea of writing about a woman whose husband, in guilt and despair over her death, buried his poetry manuscript with her and then dug her up to get it back later. And he thought that was sufficiently strange, so he let me in. Stephen was also my late husband's dissertation director and stalwart friend. William's dissertation was on the Hemingway biographies. Without Stephen's firm focus and unwavering support, William would never have completed his doctorate. Our gratitude to him is absolutely eternal, as is our love. I am going to read remarks from two of Stephen's dear friends who cannot be here today. The first remembrance is by Will Ryan, founding member of the Amherst Creative Biography Writing Group. The second is from fellow biographer Linda H. Davis. Unlike Betty Higdon in the aptly titled Our Mutual Friend, I cannot do the police in different voices. So Linda and Will are going to sound like me, but the words are theirs, and I will try to do them justice. Stephen, from Will Ryan. I first heard about Stephen Oates' wonderful teaching from my friend Peter Eddy, who couldn't be here today either, and who studied with Stephen before I did. At the time, I was deciding between the University of Wisconsin and the University of Massachusetts for graduate school. To my good fortune, I listened to Peter and chose the latter. Stephen Oates was my professor, my advisor, and my friend. As I explained in the acknowledgments of my first book, I learned so much from him about all aspects of writing, starting with the most ordinary of details, such as using half sheets of paper for notes because they were less intimidating than thicker note cards. I basically copied his writing process in hopes that some of it would rub off. I used old shoeboxes to store my notes because that's what he did. I studied my note sheets and then wrote without them in front of me so that my own voice would come through. I wrote on schedule even though I didn't feel like it. All these things I took from Stephen. And thanks to him, I have been publishing books and magazine articles about the outdoors for more than 40 years. For more than 20 of those years, I have been writing a regular essay for Gray's Sporting Journal about the history of outdoor recreation. And I can only thank Stephen for showing me how to expand the academy and teaching me about biography, or life writing as he liked to call it, and the empathy, research, and creativity the task required. As he liked to say, you have to make the past come to life if you're ever going to get anyone to care about it. I've just recently retired after more than 4 decades of teaching writing at Hampshire College and have been reflecting on my time there. I can see more clearly than ever that Stephen taught me how to teach writing to students of all disciplines. and not simply those concentrating in literature. Stephen showed me the importance of presenting the craft of writing as a vehicle for storytelling. From him, I learned to be honest with students, to treat them as fellow practitioners, to use my own work as a writer as a platform for openness and relationship building. How, really, to appreciate what happens when you make history, writing, and teaching all work together. And this from Linda H. Davis. Stephen B. Stephen and I met 37 years ago when I was hugely pregnant with my second child. I can still see his wide-eyed look as I waddled across the lawn toward him. We were both speaking at a literary event in Westfield. He as the keynote, I as a novice biographer whose first book was about to be published. We were introduced, began talking, and never stopped. Along with being the only writer I've ever known who dedicated a book to his cat, Mr. Key, who I can tell you was a wonderful beast, Stephen was brilliant, sensitive, deeply learned, hugely talented, and fun. How many times did we laugh ourselves silly? How many hours did we spend talking about books? Stephen's impassioned theories about biography as a literary art helped shape my own. Unfailingly supportive of this fledgling writer, he was both mentor and buddy. We shared gossip and sorrows. We passed many cheerful hours watching movies in his living room turned home theater. During Stephen's long years of terrible suffering from back trouble, we once took a memorable road trip, me driving, around New England, where Stephen was giving some talks. He was in fine form that day, and that's how I like to think of him, laughing and telling stories in his wonderful Texas accent as we cruise along on a carefree fall day. Thank you, Stephen, from all of us.
It is almost 6. Do we have to stop? I do have we have to stop. Okay. All right. For those who I didn't get to, I'm deeply sorry. We did have a time constraint. Unfortunately, lunch went very late. That's going to do it. I want to thank you all for being here. It's been an incredible day. It's been an emotional day. Safe journeys back home. I will never forget this day. Thank you very much.